pointed removal. The extra one. Ready? All right. Welcome to our Grassroots TV audience and to everyone who's here today. It is Tuesday, October 18th. You are tuned into the work session of the Board of County Commissioners, and we are about to go into our ski company and semi-annual presentation. So welcome to our guests here from the ski company. Just be sure to introduce yourselves as we go through the presentation and pass the mic back and forth. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
No problem. Thank you, Rachel. Thanks to everyone for having us. As Rachel said, this is our second update of the year. Apologize for being absent at the last one, but I'm happy to be here this time. I'm Mike Kaplan, CEO of Aspen Skiing Company, and I'm joined by David Perry, our Senior Vice President of the Mountain Division. David's going to give sort of the business update, how things went last year and what we anticipate for this year. And then Christian Knapp, our Vice President of Marketing. He's our newest member of the executive team. Been here for 4 months now? 3 months? And I know Christian will talk a bit about our marketing strategy for this year and some of the changes and shifts he's been making. Also joined by David Corbin, Vice President of Planning, who's here to answer questions. Doesn't have a presentation today. And then Auden Schendler actually is on the way, and Auden has a brief presentation at the end giving an update on our sustainability efforts and what we're up to in that arena. My opening comments, and I'm going to hand it to David fairly quickly, but just want to put out there sort of this reminder. I've been saying it in the community. Many of you have heard it from me in maybe at Accra and other places. But as I look forward to this year and beyond, we're sort of in a period of intense competition in the mountain resort destination business, more intense than I can recall, as you have over 1,300 new hotel rooms. That's not beds or pillows. You got to multiply that out a few in destination resorts across the Rocky Mountain West. And these places have been built within the last 2 years alone. So while our bed base continues to decline and stall, our competitors have been building. And, we're happy we're not the developers, because the developers who are trying to sell the real estate that underlies those hotels are in a tough spot. But the fact is they've got a bunch of very hot beds and a bunch of directors of sales and marketing that are out there trying to fill those beds. And they're very aggressive on their rates, and they're trying to introduce people to their resorts, and they're seeing the linkage between beds and access, and so they're out asking for voter and community support for their airline guarantees. As we all know, we're fortunate not to engage in that game here, but they're out saying we need to provide the guarantees, we need to grow our flight service into our communities. So, it's out there, and those people are going after existing destination resort visitors, i.e. our customers. So that's the backdrop. That's what has us getting out of bed early in the morning and really pushing and driving to make sure our product's where it needs to be. Our marketing is out there in a way that's going to make sure people are attracted to us and sort of give us a call and come out and book with us. So a couple, as I consider that, what's it mean for us, I just think it's important for us to maintain the big picture and sort of look over the horizon as a community. And as leaders in the community, as all of you are, I think a core part of your job, our job, is, call it strategic planning. What do we want to be in 10 years or 20 years and beyond? And, I use sort of the biking experience here as a good analogy for how I think we need to do more planning and more thoughtful envisioning as a community. You guys have done fantastic work to expand the trail network in this community with the Drosti and all the work, the Rio Grande, all the work that's taken place in this community over the last few years is phenomenal. On a road bike, mountain bike, downhill bike, with everything we're doing with Snowmass, it's really fantastic. But and then on top of that, the bike race, which obviously happened in town. But as we've done that, we've sort of done it, I don't want to say separately, but lacking sort of this coordinated, proactive, strategic effort to say, this biking thing could really be a key, driver of business for us. As we want to all agree, we want to be in this sustainable tourism economy. What a perfect way to round out the customer experience here and get people to come here on a more year-round basis, and continue to enhance the quality of life for those of us that live here, right? Because we all enjoy that as well. And you look at that and you say, okay, is that really what we want to be? And if so, we need to be, I think, more purposeful about getting there and establishing ourselves as a biking destination and a biking brand, and really going after that market. And you've seen some of our competitors do that. I don't want to overemphasize it, but Steamboat said, we want to be Biketown USA. And we're going to go out and sort of put that stake in the ground and go for it and really make that a big push of ours. So I think there's an opportunity for us to do some more proactive planning in that way. The other thing is, obviously, David Corbin's been going to a lot of Ask Mary Community Plan meetings and sharing his thoughts, our thoughts, and perspective, I think, on that document. I think that's an opportunity to get more proactive and visionary in our thinking as we go through that process. A couple specific things I like about it. I like the idea of doing this lodging inventory and doing this assessment and saying, okay, we understand we need more hotbeds. We've got this hotbed-based problem. Let's quantify that. Let's understand where we are. And same thing, let's identify where we want to go. So I applaud that concept and idea. And doing an annual sort of state of the economy analysis and presentation, I think is important, and would love to see you guys engage in. A specific thing that concerns us a little bit, and David's been talking about this, is the west of Castle Creek corridor that's within the urban growth boundary. Obviously, is a place that has some very unique and important land uses, airport being one of them, obviously the Buttermilk Ski Area being another one, and the Airport Business Center. And we're a little concerned about some of the language that says that the views sort of supersede those land uses without really defining, well, what views and where and how does that interface with the importance of some of these specific land uses. So the process continues. I know you guys are watching that, and we'll continue to make comments on that through David Corbin, but I just mentioned that as, again, a key sort of lifeline for this community in a number of ways, and I think it's important to make sure we're not we avoid unintended consequences with that type of general language. So, I obviously, those are sort of my constructive comments and my ideas going forward. These guys are going to talk some about the great examples of collaboration and partnership that we've seen over the last couple of years, and I'll let them get into that, but I just want to thank all of you for that spirit of collaboration. I think it's stronger than it's ever been at all levels, between our staff and county staff, with the commissioners directly, and we really appreciate it. I appreciate it. It makes it more fun to live and work here, and I think it makes us more successful. So maybe we'll just keep going through and ask comments at the end, if that's all right, or questions at the end. Here's David Perry, give our business update.
Good morning, everybody. And will you drive? Thank you very much. I spend altogether too much time on these charts and occupancy things, so let me walk you through that. This is the latest report that we get from M-Trip, and these reports are generated by Aspen and Snowmass Lodges, and we track daily occupancy. This is a view back at the summer. I'm just going to see if that's as focused as we get. There we go. Static summer view. So just a reminder how to look at this, thanks for the pointer, is that if you look at this zero line for the summer dates, and here's May, this is June, July, August, and to September across here. And anything above the line shows an improvement year over year in daily occupancy. So all this black stuff above the line is positive. It's improvement over prior year in occupancy, which is good for a good economic indicator for what's going on here in the valley. Anything below the line, of course, is a decline from prior year. So we see here this past summer, the past few months, for tourist business being very strong. And I think that anybody who's reporting tax revenues and those kinds of things are seeing that lift from this summer. That's very positive, very encouraging so far. And as we go into look ahead here, this is actually an interesting new look that we've got. We've got an aggregate look from our research. And this also compares our results to Beaver Creek, Breckenridge, Copper, Keystone, Mammoth Vale. So we get a bit of a snapshot of some of the our competitive resorts for summer traffic. And this is the daily occupancy, again, compared to that aggregate number. So anything above the line means that we in Aspen Snowmass have a higher occupancy than our aggregate competition. And anything below the line is where we have less. And that's, once again, a year-over-year change graph. So it shows that in this valley, year over year, we've been outperforming some of these other resorts in aggregate anyway with summer traffic. So that's also encouraging as we try to pull out of this recessionary environment. This one shows taxable sales from various mountain towns. It's a little hard to read from where you are, but for example, across the bottom lists the various mountain towns that are in the study. Mountain Village, that's Telluride Mountain Village. There's the Snowmass, which I've circled. You've got Ketchum, Idaho, Silverthorne, Crested Butte. I've circled Aspen. Avon, which includes Beaver Creek. Steamboat, Estes Park, Crested Butte, Telluride, Frisco, Breckenridge, Glenwood, Winter Park, Dillon, Durango, and Vail. What this chart shows is June 11 versus June 10. And this line is the most significant one. The bars are the relative sizes of the taxable economic activity. But the year-over-year change is in this line. This shows Snowmass number 2 at almost 19% year-over-year improvement in June. And this shows Aspen at about 9% improvement year-over-year in June in taxable sales. So that's this information lags a little bit. I don't have it for the full summer yet, but we do have July in the next chart. So we have 2 months worth. And this is the same chart. This shows Snowmass in third place with almost with 13% improvement year over year, and Aspen again at the 9% level. So in the upper range, and you combine, of course, competitively, it corroborates what we saw in the occupancy data, which is increased economic activity in this summer. And in a month or two, we will get August and September in this data form as well, and probably will show the same picture. That's what we're seeing so far. Back to occupancy then. Now we're going to have a look forward at the coming winter. What do we anticipate for business? Now this is a report as of September 30th. And once again, we got about 75% of all of the rentable beds in Aspen and Snowmass reporting into this to get our occupancy tracking. We've been tracking this information now for 6 years. We've got good data, zero line. So this is looking at the winter. So here, starting at Thanksgiving, right here, and going through, we now have data up until end of March. And anything above the line, of course, is improvement in daily occupancy on a pacing basis. So pacing ahead of prior year. Anything below the line, we're pacing behind prior year. So it kind of starts at New Year's here, goes through January and February. Very strong pacing of occupancy right now. Dip in March. December, a little bit of a dip. This dip in March and increase here is expected because of the change in the calendar and Easter. Easter being April 8th. That means Carnival, Mardi Gras, where a lot of Brazilians come, shifts back into February, closer to Presidents. So this was expected to see a little decline in March. This is where Carnival was last year. Now it's here. As we look ahead. So next chart is this aggregate study again against this collection of resorts. Shows the winter, and this is as of August 31st. We don't have this one yet from end of September, but this is how we're pacing, okay, for the winter, looking ahead. And this is up until end of February. So this is December, this is January, this is February, and this is occupancy. Now this tells two stories. On one side, we can look at this as being encouraging. So year over year, we're showing stronger occupancy growth than our competitors. What this also means is that as occupancy increases, we get pressure on price, upward pressure on price, of lodging in particular, travel as well. So we, as we emerge from this recession, are feeling the old pressures again. Like we did up till 2007, 2008, which is upward pressure on price of lodging and the expense of a vacation in this valley. This really points to something that Mike mentioned earlier, is that because our bed base has been static or in decline, rentable hot bed base is static or in decline in recent years, this pressure is coming roaring back. So this will quickly result in upward price pressure for vacations in this valley. where we've had maybe a short respite the last 2 to 3 winters. When we look at skier days, this is a look at last year's skier days. And, this is a sobering look as well. Now, nationally, this was a new record year last year, up 0.6%. Now, the NSAA reports right through July, and as a matter of fact, 60,000 skier days were recorded on July 4th long weekend in this country because of the late winter, the long, cold spring, and the snowpack, which was pretty impressive. We just report our normal dates, our normal operating season. We don't report our extended season, but interesting and positive news for the ski and snowboard industries overall with the level of visitation. So good growth there. Colorado as a whole up 2.6 year over year in skier days. Vail Resorts up 4%, so strong performance from one of our biggest competitors, and that of course includes Beaver Creek, Vail, Keystone, Breckenridge. And here we were at 1.7% increase in our total skier days last year. So although we were glad to see a little bit of an increase year over year, we don't think we did well enough, to be honest. We think that the bar was up where Colorado was, 2.6, 4%. Now, it's true that sometimes that's a wave where you get more business from the Front Range. That could be an impact, but we know that we have to fight hard. As Mike mentioned, some of the new hotbeds which exist in some of the competitive resorts have been doing well, and they are going after our business. So this reminds us that we have a lot of work to do and to keep our share of skier visits and to grow back to where we used to be. Thank you. Quick capital update. This is a quick look at some things that are happening on the mountains and the merry-go-round. If you haven't been up to the mid-level of Highlands this summer, this is what it looked like in June. So this is the old merry-go-round building. And as Jim Crown commented when he saw this picture, he said, "Looks better already." So we tried to get a picture of what it looks like right now, but nobody rode their bike up on the weekend.
I did. I didn't take the picture.
Mike rode up by it, and he didn't take a picture of his camera. So, but obviously it
looks really good.
It's nearing completion. Be ready for the start of the season. It's going to be a wonderful new thing, and as I said, it includes this new technological innovations, which we're really proud of. One of them is called insulation. Another one's called double pane glass. So it'll be it'll be a comfortable building, contemporary but comfortable inside. The biggest change you'll notice is that the old pit in the middle of the building, where there was a lower section and a fireplace, that's now all on a level. It's all seating, and the fireplace lounge area is moved over to the where the bar used to be, and there's a new bar area over there. Great new addition. Next. And of course, you've seen the ongoing progress at Tyhack, and this is exciting, and thank you. So this is replaced. This is the towers in place on the Tyhack side. This is on schedule. We were up last week as they were bringing the top terminal bits and pieces into place. And very soon we've strung the comm lines. You'll see sometimes the sun reflecting off the communication lines strung on the towers, and the main haul rope will be strung here very soon. So that's also on schedule for December 10th, grand opening, and when Buttermilk is slated to open. And the other significant project which is underway, so this is the Elk Camp restaurant at Snowmass. It's a 2-summer build, so we're partway through. And David Corbin and his team are working hard on that. This is what it'll look like taken from basically skiing down the Elk Camp runs. So the Elk Camp gondola top terminal would be in behind the building from this view, and Cafe Suzanne would be over to the right. And that will come down when this is done. And next picture. Mike did ride up to here on his bike and take a picture. This is from the weekend. And this shows some of the concrete that's in place. This is a similar view as the rendering I just showed you, showing the base of concrete has been poured. You can sort of see the top terminal of the Elk Camp gondola in behind here. And this is a different angle of that work that's underway right now. This will all be capped here shortly for the winter, and then we'll go back in the spring and finish it up for the following winter. So that's my quick roundup on how things are looking, and now I'm going to pass it over to Christian Knapp, our new VP of Marketing. And a quick mention is that as we saw, the competition is tough, so we decided to hire somebody from our competition. Best thing to do. So Christian joined us 3 months ago.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I was at Keystone. I've been working for Vail Resorts for the last 13 years, and it was an incredible opportunity to join the team here, and I couldn't be more excited to be here in Aspen. So it's a place I always loved visiting and have admired from afar for a long time. So to be part of it is an incredible opportunity for myself and my family. So without further ado, my first day on the job was actually at the airport American Airlines announcement, which was phenomenal as well, and I'll be talking about that in a second. But I want to talk a little bit about our brand, the ski company's brand that we're putting out to the world this winter. Where we've been focused on a campaign around quality, invitation, respect. And the tagline, kind of the experiential point of view that we put out from that is come live the experience. And kind of midstream this year after I arrived, we made some decisions collectively that it was time to move the brand a little bit to a different point. And so we undertook some really quick work to make that happen and came up with a positioning statement that we feel is a timely, and it really gets to the meat of the matter of why Aspen Snowmass is differentiated from our competition. And that's a really important thing in marketing. We have to be differentiated. We have to put a stake in the ground. So some of the things that we're focused on, we're not off I-70, as we all know. That's a distinct advantage we have over some of our competitors. Jumbo jets. The county made an ordinance that we would limit wingspan to 95 feet a while back, and so that prevents us from flying in larger jets. And so we have these beautiful regional jets flying in here, and we think that's a positive. The air program and all that's happening there is a huge positive for us. But the fact that we don't have this massive quantity of people coming up from Denver International makes us a little bit harder to get to, but also makes us one of the most desirable destinations in the world. So we have the terrain. We have between the four mountains, we truly do have the best inbounds all mountain terrain. We have an intellectual and cultural mecca, and I can't underplay this enough. As I've explored town and the surrounding areas and visited the art museum and gone to some festivals and events in the Wheeler, that does not exist in other mountain towns and communities. And we have to make sure that that is getting out there to guests, that they know that it's not just a ski destination. It's truly a holistic destination that embodies the Aspen idea. And so we're trying to harken back to Walter Papke's idea that it is about mind, body, and spirit, and it's the whole experience here in the community. We haven't forgotten our roots. Aspen's got a ton of history, mining history, ranching history. It's important that we don't forget where we came from. Again, that separates us. Definitely from other resorts that were purpose-built to be resort destinations. This town obviously predated that, and it maintains that historic caricature and that vibe that we're all so proud of here. So, and then lastly, the other point, it's inviting and approachable. That's important. I'm not careful in choosing our words here. We're not going to say we're a super discounted place or a value place. That's not the case, but there is ways to come here in a non-super high-end experience. But it's approachable, the people are approachable, it's friendly, and it's an inviting place to be. So that's an important thing. So out of that, we came up, one of the kind of the defining statements that came out of that was the heart of a city, the soul of a mountain town. This is Aspen Snowmass. And we really liked kind of the juxtaposition, talking about the history, the fact that we are a city, that we have cosmopolitan attributes, stylish, dining, cultural opportunities, but we're still a mountain town. We have soul, and then we're surrounded by this incredible natural environment and all these incredible recreational opportunities in a very short proximity. It is truly second to none. So where that goes, authentic, stylish, sophisticated, approachable, combining the pinnacle of adventure with cosmopolitan mountain living. And through that, we developed a new campaign that is currently, you might have seen a few of the ads out now. They are starting to hit the magazines. We've called the campaign Before Aspen. We looked at some other campaigns, but this one really spoke to us. And it kind of it puts a line in the sand and it says that before Aspen, a lot of things in the ski world, in the resort world, didn't exist. Aspen is an innovator. Aspen's an original. Aspen's a leader. And we need to make sure that people understand that when they're thinking about choosing a destination and why they should consider Aspen Snowmass. So we want to, it's also key to note here that we want to maintain our brand presence, but at the same time, we have made some pretty dramatic shifts in how we're going to market this winter. We've scaled back on our print advertising. We're still going to have a presence in all these magazines you see here: Ski, 5280 down in Denver, Snow, Outside, some of the endemic pubs, the youth pubs, free skiers, snowboarding. And so it's important that we continue to have a brand presence, but we're not going to be in there with as many brand ads as we have in the past. Aspen, if it doesn't struggle, is brand awareness. I mean, that's one thing we certainly have going for us. So we're definitely shifting more to a digital platform to reach our clientele, which is very targeted and trackable. So, but brand ads are still an important part of the mix. And we also had fun with the ads, and we actually tailored them individually to each publication they're in. So one of the ads you might have seen, this is in the current issue of Mountain Living magazine. It will also appear in Snow magazine. And the headline reads, "Before Aspen, Mountain was never cosmopolitan. Before Aspen, winter was just cold." It's a really cool shot on Aspen Mountain. And notice the imagery. It's very artistic. It's not imagery you're going to see from every other resort destination in their advertising. This one focuses on Snowmass. Before Snowmass, happily ever after only happened in fairy tales. Really honing in on the Snowmass experience for families, being second to none with the Treehouse. We were recently ranked #1 in Ski Magazine for family programs at all resorts in North America. This one speaks to snowboarders, focusing in on Gretchen Bleiler, one of our hometown heroes. Before Aspen, pipe dreams never looked like this. Gretchen had a dream. She took it all the way to the Olympics, and it's pretty exciting. It's very cool that she's from here and can call this home. We have another aspiring superstar named Torin Yater-Wallace, 15 years old. Got a silver medal at the X Games. If you didn't know, also skiing halfpipe has been added to the Olympics in Sochi in 2014. So if Torin continues on his trajectory, he could potentially be an Olympian himself. And so we actually were able to secure the back cover of Free Skier magazine, and we kind of had fun with this headline. It said, "Before Aspen, rookies never got the back cover." Another ad that kind of shows our all-mountain terrain. Before Aspen, you had friends on a powder day. We have a lot of powder here. And this is another execution that hasn't hit the stands yet, but will soon. And again, putting a foot in the sand, he's saying, before Aspen, X was just a letter in the alphabet. And, obviously we didn't invent the X Games. ESPN takes all the credit for that. But you could argue that the Winter X Games wasn't what it is today without Aspen and this location. And we'll be having it for, I think, our 12th year this year. So it's quite a run and an incredible offering. And somebody asked me the other day, like, what is one thing that, as an outsider, you admired? And I mean, I have to the X Games to the rest of this industry and the snow world is one of the most amazing events that happens here in Aspen Snowmass. So we're also going to be doing some advertising currently right around our Classic Pass sales. This is a billboard that's in a couple places in Denver as well as in Grand Junction, focusing in on accessibility, approachability, affordability. The fact that we have a pass product available to Coloradans at less than $50 a day with no blackouts. I was kind of shocked when I started. I was talking to these guys like, there's really no blackouts on this thing? Are you kidding me? So $199, 4 days. So we're getting that message out currently in the Front Range. Sales go through mid-November. They'll be going on at weekends at REI. And then digitally, these are some of the ads that are currently in market digitally on a variety of different websites through display networks, focusing in on some of our packaging opportunities as well as our Classic Pass efforts through mid-November. And it wouldn't be a marketing talk without talking a little bit about social media and and where that's going, because in the old days it was all about those print ads you saw, and the print ads are very important. They set the brand, they set the tone for the ad campaigns, they translate into what we're doing digitally. But really now how we communicate with our guests is through all these other channels. It's things like this is Instagram, Flickr. We have a photo stream on Flickr with thousands of photos for people to look at all the things happening at Aspen Snowmass. We post videos on Vimeo at all the time. We've had 400,000 views of our videos on Vimeo. YouTube, of course, is a more ubiquitous brand in the video serving area, and we have a great channel there with 467,000 upload views to date and growing. We load fresh content all the time. We have a blog, a Tumblr blog, which is a very current thing where we post a lot of really great content for people to research about the resort, whether it could be just a photo or a video or an offer or an event or something that we're doing there. And of course, Foursquare is a geolocation service that Aspen's a leader in this as well. We have actually almost 9,000 people following the Aspen Snowmass brand page on Foursquare. If you're not familiar with it, it basically is it helps you check into establishments around town, and you can serve up deals to people in advance. A lot of our guests are cosmopolitan people coming from cities where they use this all the time, so when they come here, they expect to use it. And so it's definitely an opportunity for us to continue reaching out to them in ways that they're accustomed to seeing our materials. Twitter, of course, we're approaching 8,500 Twitter followers, and Facebook is a huge way we reach our guests and we communicate. And between Twitter and Facebook, we do a lot of guest service. We respond to people, we answer questions, and it's a two-way communication that has changed marketing. It's changed how we talk to our guests, and it's a huge focus of my team and the whole resort. So in total, you can see we've got a ton of likes, views. I mentioned some of these. And when you take the big three, we're up to almost 40,000 followers that we can reach instantaneously through our messaging and through these channels to really get across this whole message. And it's not, and tell the whole story. It's not just an ad in a magazine. It's video. It's rich content. It's stories. It's people. And so that's a big focus for us. So I encourage you to participate with us in these channels if you can. Air, and then this is the last points. We want to put it out there that Jim Elwood, the county, had incredible vision to help extend the runway. Was paramount to getting American to come in here, to get the load factors up, to be able to fly the planes at full capacity in the summer. And so, that is a huge win for Aspen Snowmass. Other communities are losing air. They're paying millions of dollars. Steamboat, paid millions of dollars last year to get their air program in, and we have, as Mike alluded to earlier, we haven't done revenue guarantees here, and that's a huge win for our community. We'll be upwards of over 30 flights this winter, which is the most since the 90s, early 90s, I believe. 97, 98. So we've got, this is a huge opportunity for our community to continue getting air service in, and if American is successful, obviously, we'll be working very closely with them on the marketing efforts around the new flights this winter. If they're successful, they will add planes. If the market dictates it to add incremental flights from Dallas, they will do it. And so that's a win for everybody. It's a win for the whole community. And so having that, and then also keep in mind of our international guests, which we have a lot of coming in from Australia and Brazil. All these airlines are lined up to really code share and design to get people here directly from a Dallas, Houston, or a LA, right through, very easy, convenient, right in town. So huge kudos to the board here for getting that done at the airport, and we'll be excited to see that come live here in a couple weeks. Yeah, soon.
Enjoying the good weather.
Yeah. You can see here that we'll be at 214,000 available seats this winter, up from 196,000 prior year. So big increase. Last year, our actual enplanements was about 124,000, so we're looking to see a nice bump there this year. Auden.
Are we out of time? How much time do we have? You get 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hello, everybody.
Well,
So I'm going to give you 4 slides on what's up with sustainability, and I'm not typical, as usual here, I would talk about environment, but these are more community and kind of business sustainability issues. As I think you know, we're supporting these 3 ballot initiatives. You know all of them. Just a couple points. The 103 is a state funding initiative to support schools, and really it's going to bring funding back to 1999 levels for 5 years. It was opposed by education supporters, and it was opposed by people who didn't want taxes because it wasn't enough funding for education and it was too much for others. So it's a compromise measure, but it's addressing substantial cuts to education in Colorado that have been ongoing. Same with 3E. The schools over the last year have experienced cuts of about $5.1 million. This will backfill almost that much into the budget, and there are more cuts expected. So my daughter goes to public school in Basalt, and we're seeing every year teacher salaries are the same. Cuts are occurring. There was discussion of teachers shoveling snow. Well, I don't want teachers shoveling snow. I want them preparing for class. Helping from the heart, you're aware of. We think this is important for the community. There are, I read yesterday, one in 4 American children live in poverty. This is a program that addresses those types of issues in our community. We're not, Aspen Skiing Company isn't for every tax, but I think if you look at these closely, they're all important for the vibrancy and strength of our community. Other things we've been up to, Gretchen Bleiler, Chris Davenport, the snowboarder Jeremy Jones and I were in D.C. 2 weeks ago lobbying Congress, and we're basically asking them not to weaken the EPA. The EPA enforces the Clean Air and Clean Water Acts, which are some of the most popular and successful pieces of legislation in the world. And right now they're under assault. And that was our message, but it was really a message on climate. And it's pretty powerful when you walk into a congressperson's office with Gretchen Bleiler, but also other professional athletes, Chris Davenport and Jeremy Jones. They say to us, wow, normally my meetings are so boring. This is pretty cool. So you get their attention. It's press-worthy. I haven't met a professional athlete yet who isn't deeply concerned about climate change. So this is something that is an Aspen niche, but it's also universal in the snow sports industry. Snow sports is $66 billion. So you're going in with a business message to congresspeople and senators. And everyone listened to us, even those who didn't agree with us, and they were polite and friendly. The other thing we've done as a company is we've created a formal volunteer policy, which says that employees, salaried employees, can take 2 days a year paid and do something like John Rigney's doing here, picking trash up on Independence Pass, or volunteering for Habitat for Humanity. This is something we wanted to make formal, and we want to increase, over the last few years, as you've seen this presentation, we've been working to increase volunteership within the community. And another way we're kind of approaching this community strength, sustainability, economic vibrancy is historically we've sold what's called a medallion pass. Now it's called the Ultimate Ski Pass, which is a philanthropic product that allows you to ski all 4 mountains. It's transferable, but some of the money goes to important causes in the valley. And this year it's called the Ultimate Ski Pass, and it's going to fund half of the money will go to support education in the valley, and half of the money will go to support World Cup. This is a picture from World Cup. Well, you say, well, does World Cup, is it really something that needs charity? And the short answer is yes. It costs a lot of money to put it on, and this is a vital part of Aspen's economic kickoff for the season and its history. And if you look at when it happens and the press we get all over the world and what it does in terms of jump-starting the community, it really is vital for businesses, and that's why you'll see so many generous businesses also supporting it. So World Cup we see as part of our history and our economy, and we're happy to be supporting it with this new philanthropy product. The last thing I'll say, because this is my last slide, is that we're not just, in terms of our work, talking about stuff and asking people to do stuff like we did in Washington. We're actually walking our talk, we hope. And an example of that is one of the tough nuts to crack in the ski business is we're very energy intensive. So to talk about climate change is sometimes seen as hypocritical. Well, What we have to do down the line, and what I've been working on for 10 years, is how do we address energy use at the company? Can we produce and put online enough clean, green power that it's equal to our carbon footprint? And we're now, 2 VPs are in Park City at a conference working on just this question. We've spent 3 months intensely working on it, and we hope, in collaboration with Holy Cross, within the next year to put on basically equivalent clean power to what we use. This is sort of the holy grail of our work, and it ties directly to policy because we don't expect we can ask people to do things if we're not walking the talk ourselves. That's it.
So,
Questions?
Mike, did you have any more on your presentation or closing
it.
comments on that? Or?
We could go on, for
Okay,
hours, but-
I know. There's so much to discuss. Well, let me see board members' comments or questions, please. Michael?
So, you talked about cooperation and putting our heads together. How do you envision that happening?
Cooperation what?
You talked about cooperation between the city and the county, and planning primarily, I think. So how do you envision that happening? How would you suggest we do that?
Well, I think, first of all, as I said, I don't want to take for granted what has been happening, and again, appreciate, how it has been happening with examples like American Airlines, X Games, RAFTA is another good one, on and on. We have a lot of them. But I think we could be having a community dialogue that's really, in business terms, a strategic planning session. How do we ensure we're relevant, competitive, different from our competition in the next 10 to 20 years? So I would engage a facilitator and expand that discussion.
Well, that'd be great. I think, that's something we can do. I have no problem with that. Now, you talked also about the Castle Creek corridor and some of your concerns about that and unspecified view planes. So what would you like to do there? Would you like to, do you have a list of view planes that you'd like to preserve, or a list of view planes that you don't think are important, or how do we do that?
Mr. Corbin wants to answer that question.
David Corbin for Aspen Skiing Company. Michael, I wouldn't say that we have defined either view corridors or view planes that we think merit protection, nor have we suggested that there are views that don't merit protection. And that, in the course of the Aspen Area Community Plan drafting, really hasn't been specified by anyone. It's a far more broad or comprehensive plan. And I cannot remember, for example, if there are action items explicitly proposing that those should be defined. Our comments to date on that particular subject to both the Joint Planning Commissions over the past 2 years and more recently to city officials as the council has begun a direct consideration of the plan elements, have been largely just a concern that if we were to collapse our view of that particular chapter, and in particular the philosophy and kind of the goal purposes of that chapter, is there's a predominating importance to views in that statement of values and the philosophy of that chapter as it's written. And while we don't discount that views are important and certainly agree that the perceived aesthetic value of the valley is extremely important, we don't think that they should be the predominating or a paramount consideration for the land use in that area in the west of Castle Creek. Our position has been the land uses themselves should be, if you will, the paramount or first consideration. Certainly views and how views relate to those land uses are important, but they should not be given paramount importance, and the emphasis there is, as written, is really upon the transition from the rural area of the county into the urban portion of the city, and that view experience should be the most important thing with respect to the comp plan and planning for the area. And quite simply, we think land use and the land uses there and how they relate and function should be the most important aspect of planning for that sub-area, simply because there are many absolutely irreplaceable uses that are in that portion of the urban growth boundary. The airport, as Mike mentioned, for us, obviously Buttermilk is there. The light industrial service section and residential components of the ABC, Burlingame as housing, the public golf course. There are many, many land uses there, some of which are functional and some of which are important for their transitional elements and sort of for the interconnectedness of transit and other things that are really critical. Our point has really been that should be the first focus of that chapter, not the views.
Okay. I mean, that's, for me, that's a good analysis, and we'll see. I mean, the other thing that you don't need to worry about, it seems to me, is the county has a different approach to the Aspen area plan than the city does. So I think there's probably room for incorporating that viewpoint within that plan in further discussions.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
Yeah. I see Jack's hand up, and then we'll come over to the side.
Yeah, view planes are just part of it. I wouldn't focus on, well, this is the most important, because it takes the pieces to make the whole. So we'll see where we go planning-wise. There's proposed, and actually probably more than proposed, the Castle Maroon corridor plan in addition to the AACP, so that will be more focused. There's another stage to all this. It was a great presentation. I like the kind of the change of emphasis, visuals, etc., with the marketing. Clearly, I am not a marketer. But the one thing, you're focusing on the cosmopolitan and the soul of the community, intellectual. But one thing I didn't hear was about the fun. So fun is important. Average guys like me can relate to fun, maybe not the intellectual stuff, but, So, enough said there. As we all know, the heart and soul of any organization are the employees. We very periodically deal with all kind of issues, obviously health insurance, pay scales, benefits, and all those challenges, retention, etc. So my question to the team here, and whomever would like to offer an explanation, what's new? What are you doing for the employees in the ski company? Or is there anything new? Anything coming down the line?
As we look at our broadest definition of sustainability, we do include all those things Auden had up there, but one of the things we also include in there is sort of quality workplace, and so we take that seriously, and it's an ongoing and important effort. One of the things we do is we do some surveys annually, and some pretty specific surveys, and so we look at what our employees want, what are we offering, and what can we improve upon. As you said, sort of benefits are what they are these days. That's an ongoing, call it, struggle to keep those affordable, and that's something we work on a regular basis. But some of the feedback we heard was, where am I going, with this job and my career, and where do I fit in and stuff like that. And so we've implemented some things like an employee mentoring program that's been very popular and successful. We had, I think it's just about 50 employees that are sort of in frontline management say, hey, I would like to have a mentor and meet with that person, get that kind of advice. And so we've been doing that. I think David has 2 of them. Christian, you don't have one yet. That'll happen soon. He's being mentored still for a couple more months. But that's been an important effort that we think has gone well, and we're looking at expanding that out because that was first year 50 or so, and so we're going to push that out, and we've got a big initiative going for the rest of this year. We're expanding our training as well, and we've got a sort of company-wide training person named Rebecca Templeman, and she does a fantastic job. And then, the other one I'd say from a quality workplace standpoint is safety, and that's something where we fell down last year, honestly. We had a lot of sort of a record year for work comp. And so we're really pushing on that for this year, from wellness programs on through to rehab and getting people back into the workplace. And obviously prevention is key in safety. So those are a few things. On the benefit side, obviously we're sort of playing defense and trying to manage our costs because healthcare is just going through the roof.
You bet. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it.
George?
Today, I really want to first just recognize the state company and the audience for really being a leader, certainly among the ski industry in terms of addressing climate change and environmental awareness. I think that you guys are way up ahead of the rest of the competition. And I think long term, it talks about sustainability. We talk about why people want to come here. I think people recognize that it has value to it. You guys can continue to bring business to us as one of the. So I applaud you for that. This community has always had this conversation in terms of a balance between community and resort. And I think it's come closer. I think the balance has actually come closer over the last 10 years. And I think it's a better understanding of the relationship between resort and community. And when you talk about where we are in terms of our bed base, where we're behind, I think that's true in a sense, but 5-6 years ago, when all these other resorts were building like crazy, we look at Jackson Hole, Telluride, Steamboat, and I always wondered, well, everyone's still trying to get the same portion of the pie. Where is our bed base? Where are those clients coming from? And they haven't. We've seen Telluride, we've seen Jackson, we've seen Steamboat. They've had to do such aggressive discounting on their product that I think has actually hurt them in the long run. So there's that question in terms of where is that balance, and as we look at new lodging opportunities in town, we want to really increase our market share. How do we ensure the affordability of those rooms? We want to bring in a new clientele of the younger people, and I think that's really a challenge, obviously not just for a ski company, for your property, but for the whole community as a whole after the snowman. So that's a discussion that I think would be pertinent in terms of looking towards having a consultant come in and what really is sustainable in the long term, and not just the immediate term that sometimes we focus on too closely. So those are sort of my thoughts.
Yeah. David touched on it. Obviously, you have the market supply-demand issue, which obviously influences affordability. You also have the fact that skier days are over 60 million now. So the market hasn't been flat or declining. It's been growing modestly. So we think there is opportunity for this resort to at least try and stay even rather than lose beds. And, the affordability question, I don't think can be sort of mandated and sort of master planned at a very micro level. But you look at those resorts, and, Telluride has picked up a lot of share. They definitely have. And so if we want to stay competitive and maintain our share and maybe grow it in international markets as we have, and those international customers do have different expectations, I think we've got to keep an eye on that future and continue to, improve.
Rob?
Yeah, first I'd like to put out a big thank you for all you do as being the backbone of a lot of our economic viability in this community, and all that we do to reach out and get people into our community, because it is a tourist-based community, and that's really important. With that said, I'd like to draw your attention to something that we've put together as a county. I don't know if you've looked at it yet, but our new county strategic plan, which our county staff and the board all put a lot of work into over the last 6 months. And so I encourage you to go to the Aspen County website and look over how we've redirected our priorities and really kind of putting a focus into 3 different core groups: flourishing natural and built environment, prosperous economy, and livable and supportable community, which are a lot of the things that you touched on in your marketing plan about who we are. So there's a lot of really good work done here that reflects the direction that our board would like to see our community continue to strengthen in. I'd like to, with that in mind, I'd like to go back to one of the first topics that you brought up, which is the percentages of bed bases growing elsewhere, our bed base decreasing, but we're above the curve in occupancy year over last year compared to other resort areas. Obviously, the common denominator is not the same because their bed base is increasing and ours is decreasing, and those were percentages, so it's a little hard to exactly tell. But this is something that's a little troublesome in terms of where the ski companies, in cooperation with the City of Aspen, Snowmass, and the county, what the strategic plan is to make sure that we are sustainable within those core areas that we've outlined in our strategic plan. One of them being a prosperous economy. With our bed base potentially still decreasing right now, but also balancing out that we want a sense of place here, we want to create a community. Is there a strategic plan that you guys think is going to drive us to the next decade or decades down the road? And I don't know if there's anything that you can share in terms of where you think we should be going with that bed base and those sorts of things.
It's a key point, and during the Aspen Area Community Plan discussions, the lodging base has come up, repeatedly, and I know that's something that's being closely looked at. In the early stages of that plan, some of the elements of it that were drafted in were really kind of looking back at pre-2008, which is that we have to stop this, we have to slow down, the growth is too fast. And, really our point, and I think others have chimed in on this, is that we need to take a current view of our lodging base here because it's very important for our strategic future, as you point out. Now the plan calls for a lodging study to be done immediately. I think that's a great first step. Let's look at our lodging inventory in this valley and understand which sectors of it we're strong in and where we're weak. Then I think we're going to have to, as a community, get very creative about how we can increase our lodging base. We're not talking about a building boom. We're not talking about sprawl. That has happened in some places, but I think some steady increases to regain some of the lost lodging is important, and it's not going to be easy. As Mike said, it's not something you can mandate that you can have a $150 room. You can't mandate that the room should be 200 square feet because the market has to drive what people want. A lot of this is city-based. The whole Shadow Mountain 1A area is hopefully not a forever lost opportunity, but to see that the master plan for that area get stalled and get stopped and get turned down is deeply disappointing because that's a natural place for hot beds. And maybe something will still happen there. Maybe some of those beds are going to be cold, and that would be, really unfortunate. So I think if we come together and collaborate, like we were talking about, and making sure that one of the priorities is how can we expand our lodging base in the right sectors to keep the community competitive in the future, that would be part of the dialogue that we want to have.
Two other quick points.
We're real quick.
One, I just wanted to, on the marketing side, Georgia Hansen has been talking about a signage thing for Aspen, but really talking about civic tourism, and I'd encourage you to get in touch with her with the Historical Society and bring that together and creating a sense of place, because it seems like on the marketing side you're very aware of the sense of place that we have here in this community compared to other resorts. And the other last quick question that I wanted to get an update on, if there is one, is the sustainability of X Games long term, and if there's any information going forward about that.
Yeah, quick answer on X Games is we're contracted for this year for the X Games, and ESPN is going through a process where they're expanding the X brand globally. Their intention is to have 6 X Games, probably 4 summer, 2 winter, in the future, in the near future. So what they're doing is they've put out an RFP for international destinations to bid on the X Games. They're not open to domestic bids. ESPN's talking to us for an extension of the arrangements here, and they're talking to Los Angeles for an extension of their summer games in Los Angeles, specifically, and only us. At the same time, they've got a huge response from international locations. They've narrowed it down to 43 cities around the world that want to have the X Games, and they're sorting through those right now. In the meantime, we don't expect a decision on the extension of X Games here until at least the games are here, perhaps even longer than that, maybe into the spring. But we're in close dialogue with ESPN, and we're comfortable with our discussions with them.
Thank you. I think you've covered so much territory that for us to make comments or ask questions in this short period of time is not even scratching the surface. And your company is multifaceted. You put a lot into the community in a lot of ways. I truly appreciate that. So I guess I'll start by expressing my thanks for your support on 1A. I think it is something that looks very much towards the whole life cycle of an employee, whether it's an employee with kids at young ages, with an employee who is now retiring, and the types of different crises you can have midlife as well. So it's very helpful. I don't see it as some do as the county choosing which charity for you, as much as the county looking at these various nonprofits and saying they are all our partners, our collaborators in delivering services to our community and keeping this a healthy and happy community. As everyone has said, you don't have, and Matt Hamilton has been a wonderful assistance to us on this, but you don't have a happy workforce, you don't have a happy guest without all the pieces of the pie being in place. It does strike me that in your Before Aspen campaign, it's not something that you would necessarily market, but before Aspen, I don't know what the ski industry philanthropy was like. You guys have been leaders in that as well, and you really deserve a lot of credit for what you've given back to our community and leadership in our community in that way. The bed base issue seems to be one of the big ones here, and something I am very close to for many years doing advertising distribution and having watched the loss of a lot of the small lodges. And it seems that one of the greatest foes to our bed base was actually for a long time the second home industry, buying and eating and gobbling up all the small lodges and the more affordable lodges. And we have a little bit of a respite in that now. I had talked to past VPs and past presidents and said, why don't you guys get up there and buy some of these small lodges or help reinvigorate them? I know the dollars may or may not work, but I'd hate to see us constantly trying to build and then losing at the same time, never really getting ahead. And I talked to some of the small remaining lodge owners who will tell you, back in 2008, right before the crash, I was still getting approached once a week to say, can we tear this down and build a single family home or two? And so there's a lot of dynamics going on there that I don't want to underplay. You guys are price setters in some ways with your ownership of the Limelight Lodge and Little Nell. And I think it's very wise that you've made a bid to buy back Base Village and get a little of that back under control. Hopefully there will be some other ways to move forward. But it's this dynamic of constantly, which even when being on City Council, we'd approve a new condominium project. We looked at some of the old ones that were built for ski beds, and they were being now turned into second homes and off the market, refurbished with $2 million renovation. No one turns that back onto the rental pool. And so that's been the nut to how to crack that going forward. So we're just not building a lot of new product that eventually gets fractionalized or turned into individual ownership. I'd love to see us figure a way out on that. The idea that we take all of our efforts, whether they're private businesses, your business, ACRA, the county, everyone else, and find a more cohesive way to drive that spear point home, I think is great. You know, I see us trying to be more aligned, trying to be more focused, and the airport's just one of those examples. Appreciate your participation with our airport terminal master planning. I think that's one of our next big steps, you know, and the pursuit of those federal matching dollars to help us do that as we get community buy-in is going to be really important. The last thing I'll say as we leave, we greatly appreciate these meetings. I think they're very helpful for our overall communication and partnership in the community. But I would like to give you my memo and get a copy for later on today of our comments on the low altitude Air Force training EIS, or EA, excuse me, which are taking comments now. But I think they could have an ability to really impact some of our guest experience on a potentially year-round basis. And I've told others, but I'm having a harder time sleeping at night because I've got the water grabs coming over from this side, we've got the oil and gas coming up from this side, now we've got the Air Force flying over. So I think there's a lot of other pressures and issues that we try to manage as well as you do with our public lands. One of the big ones to be commenting on is potentially the Bureau of Land Management's new resource management plan and the amount of drilling that could happen in the Crystal Valley and what that would mean for our airshed. I don't know, you want bike racers or big ski athletes on the top of a 11,000-foot peak and us looking at low-level ozone and some of the other contaminants that have been seen in some of the other valleys that start seeing that sort of intensity of use. And we are just right upwind. We're just the way it kind of moves. So those are other areas to see some eyes out on that. So if anybody else has any final comments or questions, or if you have any other questions for us or anything else you'd like to say. But again, thank you so much for coming today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the time.
Let's get this, Jim.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have some interviews moving forward, so we'll just move into our next item.
And Rachel, while we're getting set up, just a correction for the board. On the Financial Advisory Board memo.
Okay, excuse me, we're still having a meeting in here, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. On the Financial Advisory Board memo, it indicates that there are 2 regular and 1 alternate position. We actually did not get our last appointment on there, so there's 1 regular and 1 alternate available for the FAB. So just for clarification.
Okay, I think this must be Kathleen. You want to come forward? Hi. Hi. It may look like the hot seated, but it's not really. We greatly appreciate your applying for the board and for public service in Pickens County. And let me go down the board a little bit and do introductions. Jack has stepped out for a moment. Michael Owsley, myself, Rachel Richards, George Newman, and Rob Ittner. And Kathleen, first I'll ask, how do you pronounce your last name?
Pronounce it the Polish pronunciation, Vanatowicz. So the W's are like V's, Vanatowicz.
Okay. Thank you. I will try not to get that wrong. And I'd like to start it off a little easy by just asking you, why would you like to serve on the Financial Advisory Board? Why did you apply for this board?
Well, I believe the last time I sat in front of the commissioners, I was introducing web streaming, the Granicus program, to the county board. And at that time, I worked in Snowmass Village. I worked for the town of Snowmass Village and was responsible for their first community outreach plan during the development of Base Village and the West Village Mall revitalization and the Snowmass Center. So when I was with the town of Snowmass Village, I had a lot of exposure to public finance through analyzing the entryway project, the town hall development, and the West Village development. At that time, Snowmass was in, as you know, sort of the highlight of redevelopment. It was very exciting to be part of that, and particularly looking at the different financial opportunities that the town has. Right now I'm pursuing my MBA at the University of Denver. I work for a law firm here, Thomas Ginshaft. In that role, I'm the business manager for the law firm, responsible for business development and client outreach and sustainability for our law firm. And I live in Snowmass Village. I don't believe you have a resident of Snowmass Village on your finance board. So I thought, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be involved. I believe it's really important for Snowmass to maintain their presence as a community player in Pickens County, and sometimes it's one of the smaller communities in Pickens County, and I believe there's some opportunity for collaboration, and so just getting to know the county finance more, perhaps I can help in that, being a resident in Snowmass Village.
Thank you. Other board questions? Rob?
Given that you're from Snowmass Village, and that's an area that I'm an Aspen business owner, so I look at all the statistics of Aspen. We just had a STECO presentation that said Snowmass is up 19% this summer in sales tax revenue. What is your crystal ball of how Snowmass is going to be a driving factor going forward? A lot of the FAB does is give us indicators to set our budgets over a 5-year period of time. So how does Snowmass, and where are they going? How does that play a role in our economics?
I think Snowmass is at a very critical point in which they need to develop young business owners for sustainability. There has been sort of an old guard that was part of the original development of Snowmass Village and part of the original business developers of the town. I don't necessarily see that transfer of knowledge into the younger generation, and I think it's going to be very critical for Snowmass to put a focus on business development and long-term mentoring and development of new business opportunities, and helping pair business opportunities with the right people and the right groups of investors.
Great question. Other board member questions? Michael?
Kathleen, tell me something about your 9-month personal hiatus. Tell me what that was like.
It really changed my life. It changed who I was. My husband and I had always dreamed about traveling the world, and it was a big risk for us. We were both at the height of our careers and had saved several $1,000s to do this one day. And I remember we left from the Pickens County Airport, and on the TV screen, the market had just dropped the lowest. It was March of 2009. And we said, this is a perfect day to perhaps take off and see what the rest of the world is doing. And I couldn't help to identify some of the similarities of Aspen to some of the international communities that we visited. Particularly the energy around some of the emerging markets was really, really interesting. And personally, it was a missing part of my life to really understand what other international communities are dealing with, people, pollution, transit issues, transportation matters, hospitality, all the different industries of tourism. Just found completely fascinating, and it was a critical point to my personal growth.
Great, thanks.
Jack or George? George?
I, just read the newspaper. I think there was an ad in the newspaper, and originally tried to get some of the attorneys from our office to participate. And then I said, well, I might as well go for it. It seemed like a board that I have a lot of interest in because I'm pursuing my MBA and I'm studying finance, studying accounting, and it'll interest me because it's in line with what I'm doing as professional growth right now.
And what I understand for our accountant, you said you have one regular position open and one alternate position open.
That is correct, George.
So just given your time, independent variability, is your approach to see if you go to the regular or the alternate seat?
I can leave that up to the discretion of the board director. I feel like any role would be fine with me.
And as a practical matter, scheduling-wise, we could probably always use an alternate at our regular meetings. I think the alternate position, as a practical matter, will function almost on a normal basis as a regular position because we typically have one or two people that have a difficult time making our meetings.
How you doing?
Good.
You say in your opening comments here, in your somewhat resume, it doesn't pinpoint timing specific to who you worked for in the private sector, et cetera, but in the public sector, it seems like you say you mitigated community conflict issues. Where was that?
Snowmass Village.
You mitigated conflict issues? It seemed like we had a lot of conflict in Base Village and wasn't mitigated very well. Ended up having 2 elections.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just having a little concern.
I was hired after the Base Village vote. So after Base Village vote, there was a consultant that Snowmass Village had hired for community outreach. And then I filled that role as a full-time staff person. So it was my role to develop the first ever outreach, strategic outreach for Snowmass Village. And still several of the plans that I have started are still being used today.
Good, thank you. You have a lot of experience in communications, et cetera, I'm gathering. Specifically, what experience do you have relative to financial matters?
Particularly in public finance, was part of identifying and working with groups of people to figure out the financing for the entryway project in Snowmass Village and opportunities for West Village. So we spent a lot of time on the transit-oriented development project, how that would be financed in the West Village, what funding we would get from different public organizations and private partnership needs to make that project work. Also, I moved to the Roaring Fork Valley to open the Glenwood Springs Community Center, which is in Garfield County, and it was part of my role to develop a budget around the $10 million facility, grow the facility, increase membership. My first week I moved to Colorado, I was in front of the City of Glenwood Springs board and had to come up with financing options to run the facility, and that included an expansion of a fitness facility to increase memberships. So I was responsible for about a $2 million budget in that role. In some private consulting work, I've been responsible for budgets up to $4 million. And now, with a law firm, I don't really get into the finances of our law firm. I'm more focused on the big picture and client development, client service. So, I've had quite a bit.
Yeah, I think you hit a home run in the Glenwood Springs Rec
Yeah,
Center.
thank you. It was a very difficult project, in that it was the first competition of the Glenwood Springs they saw it as competition. But really I was, hired 100 staff and responsible for all the programming and financing of that staff, payroll. It was quite a project.
Yeah, well, I haven't actually worked out there, but we've been there several times, so thank you.
Any additional board questions? Well, I want to thank you for taking the time, putting yourself out there and applying. We will, per our usual, discuss the applications later and then be able to get back to you with a letter. Hopefully that will be, fairly soon, but if you haven't heard from us right off the bat, don't take it as a sign one way or the other. Okay? And
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you very much and enjoy the afternoon. Be gorgeous out there. Thank you. And then, Jack, while you were out of the room, John did clarify there's one alternate and one regular that a more recent appointee had not yet been plugged in. So there are two openings, and
I
that's
asked
great.
Charlotte about that, so right on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are you Lex?
Yes.
Well, welcome. Thank you for coming to see us all today. I think you've heard the introductions as we've gone around the table earlier. I saw you were here early. Let me start by asking why would you like to apply for the Financial Advisory Board and a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I am a 16-year resident of Aspen. I have done some different volunteer work, including some work on the 2008 City of Aspen Budget Task Force, which I thought to be a real good experience for me professionally. And I was able to give some time to the community in that process as well, but I also learned a lot personally. And I was approached by Adam Frisch, who had a seat on this board, and I'm not sure if he's still, I think he's given that up with his city council seat, but he asked if I'd be interested. I spent about 4 years from 2005 to 2009 studying a program called the CFA program, which is the Chartered Financial Analyst program, and so studied a lot of economics and accounting and finance over that period, and would like to put that to work and see if I can do some things to help the county.
Okay. Thank you. Are there board member questions? Rob?
First, for the record, Lex is the property manager of the building that I have business in. But I thought I'd mention that. A lot of what the FAB does is financial indicators for a budgeting process. In the property management world, there's a lot of properties that you manage. How do you either use those financial indicators in how you operate as a property manager, or how can that experience help our indicators in our budget setting process?
Sure. I think as a local property manager, and I do manage about 10 commercial properties in Aspen, I think that a couple of the things that I have to do are first have a good understanding of what's going on from an economic standpoint nationally and globally, since a lot of our business in Aspen is driven by markets outside the U.S., and then also have a good handle on what's happening locally within the market. So right now I'm putting together some quarterly analysis that I'm using in my transactional real estate business as well, but helps me get an understanding of what's going on. So I'm looking at what's happening both from a residential real estate transactions perspective, and then vacancy rates, lease rates, what's happening with hotel occupancy as well, and those trends, and the mountain travel reports that are provided through Stay Aspen Snowmass and the Chamber. So I think it's a combination of, at this juncture, the forces that I think are driving Aspen from a commercial standpoint in the core are a couple. And, one of the trends that I'm seeing is there are a lot of businesses that are international or national, or they're possibly related to second homeowners who are ready to make an investment in an Aspen business. you have that on the one hand. You also have this dynamic of a lot of our retailers and small business people are still suffering from the 3 or 4 year downturn that we've experienced. So it's a balancing act, but one in which I think it's a process of gathering data, both on the local level and what's happening nationally, and making the best decision for the owners of these buildings and the community at large. So.
Jerry? I just want to piggyback off the question. That was my question, but to expand on that, how do you look at what's happening in Snowmass in terms of tying in with the overall county strategic financial plan?
In regards to the foreclosure and sale of Base Village, is that
just in general, because
Sure.
I know your businesses and you've been located in Aspen specifically. We just had an applicant from Snowmass, and it was interesting because to have a different perspective, since the county expands beyond the scope of Aspen.
Sure. Well, I think Snowmass is an important part of the county's finances and the long-range goals of the county, and I think over the course of the coming months we'll know more, and I'm hoping that we're going to see someone that's ready to come back in and make some investment in the Base Village area to finish the development and create that critical mass that's going to be needed to support the restaurants and the retailers. I can say that I don't have, as of the last couple of years, I don't have a lot of direct business experience in Snowmass, but currently I'm listing a residential redevelopment property over there, and I'm also just finalizing one of the first commercial leases I'm doing for a client over there as well. So I am getting somewhat involved in that market. But I think that, Base Village is a very representative of what's happened in the economic downturn, and I think that the community and the developer that's going to take that project over need to be able to work with a good relationship to determine the best course of action for the community moving forward.
Do you prefer Lex?
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That relationship of Base Village to the community and what occurs in the future is a very sensitive one in the community, and hopefully whomever ends up with, or whatever entity ends up with that property, they link up with the whole community instead of just the pro-development community, and we might moderate it. Have no idea what that means, but maybe there'll be a better relationship between the whole community and the future. If one were to define themselves relative to financial matters, how would you do that for yourself? Where do you come from? Where do you start?
I'm sorry,
It's an open-end question, as it were. You
Sure.
can respond, and if I need to clarify, I will do that.
Okay. So I think I'm gathering to give some background on my financial, where I come from.
Yeah, well,
financial
not your
background.
experience, but your philosophy.
Okay. So I think from a philosophical standpoint, from a financial background, I like to make. I think that I like to make informed decisions, and I think a lot of a process like this, and probably sitting on the financial advisory board for the county, is one of learning and being able to know that I'm not going to have a lot of the answers, and it's going to be a learning process. But that's something that I think makes someone that's a good financial analyst, or someone that's able to learn in this type of atmosphere, is being able to ask questions, being able to know our limitations or my limitations, and using different resources and as they come available, or going out and finding those resources to get the information needed to make the best decision.
Yeah. Rachel, may I follow up? Yeah. So, given that you've had an opportunity to do your homework, background yourself very well with an issue, are you able to disagree with, say, the greater group, stand up for what your thinking is and your research, et cetera?
Absolutely. I think if I have done my research and I've got, some points that I believe in that are different from a group, I'm willing to stand up and say that.
Good. Last thing, would you define yourself in one of three ways, and maybe you might suggest something else, but financially, are you liberal, moderate, or conservative, where you come from?
I'd say moderate.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other board questions, Michael?
Lex, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's Tarumians. Tarumians.
Tarumians.
Got it.
What do you like most about the Roaring Fork Valley?
Well, I think what I like most about the Roaring Fork Valley is this combination of everything that it has to offer, from both a outdoors and beautiful landscape and all these outdoor activities we have, to the intellectual pursuits and the artistic side of the valley. So we've got, this great abundance of different opportunities here, from the music festival and having a locals pass at the music festival, to being able to ski all winter while most people are cooped up inside watching football. I think it's just this great combination and a great lifestyle. And then the other aspect to it is the people, and the different people that you have an opportunity to meet and interact with. For instance, on this, when I was participating with the city of Aspen on their budget task force, there were people in there, from the chef at my kid's school to people that were executives, high-level executives with publicly traded companies, including Clorox and another accounting or consulting firm. I can't remember which one, but you've got this diverse group of people that are engaged and interesting and ready to participate. And I think that's a great asset to this valley and in this community.
Thanks.
Did everyone have a chance? Do you have any questions for us, by any chance?
Maybe, in your perspective, what maybe some of the upcoming needs are, or really hot-button issues that this Financial Advisory Board is going to be addressing in the coming year, and what kind of skill set you all are looking for?
I may pass that over to our manager more than anything.
Sure. Well, at the base, we're obviously operating in pretty uncertain times, and so bringing as much expertise and perspective to our projections on the revenue side is an ongoing issue. In addition to that, we are going to be operating under some new guidelines from the Government Financial Officers Association, GFOA, to relook at how we account for our fund balance. And you may have seen in our most recent budget proposal, we've started doing some of that work where we are relooking at how we allocate fund balances and such. I believe that is going to result in some policy changes and recommendations from the Financial Advisory Board about what are the appropriate reserve levels and how should those be designated. So that's going to be an immediate project. And then moving forward, I think more comments from the Financial Advisory Board on future budgets and, how we're allocating our limited resources and sometimes more constrained resources in our new normal provides an additional, I think, level of input for the board in their decision-making. The immediate challenges are obviously how do we fund infrastructure while continuing to maintain high levels of services, especially in a shifting environment. And so that's probably our biggest challenge right now.
Jack, but we're running really close on time.
So do you want me to ask the question or not?
Yes, if you'd like to ask the question.
Obviously, your background is great with banking and private, condominiums, et cetera. Do you have the flexibility to make meetings within your schedule? Because we don't meet, the FAB doesn't meet, like all the time, et cetera. But as John indicated, we will even be meeting, I think, more to get feedback. Do you have that flexibility?
I do have that flexibility, yep.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Anyone else with any last questions? Well, thank you very much for your
Thank you,
time.
Reg.
Thank you for applying. And again, we'll have a chance to discuss these not too long from now and then get back to you. So thank you very much.
Super.
Okay, guys, we're scheduled for a 15-minute break now. Would people like to go right into the next item or take that break?
Take that break.
Take the break. Thank you. We're
Do we
running.
need 15 minutes, Rachel, because we're a little behind, or what's your take?
We'll need at least enough time to go get some coffee, right, Michael? We'll need 10 minutes. Let's try and make it 10.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back on Grassroots? Okay, thank you. Today is Tuesday, October 18th. It's a little before 11 o'clock in the morning, and we are now going to hear an update from the Energy Smart program. So welcome all of you. We're in a different room than usual because of the election, so please be sure to pull the microphone back and forth amongst who's ever speaking and speak fairly closely into it. And ID yourself for the cameras.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for Pitkin County. I'm here with Catherine Dart from CORE and Adam Palmer with Eagle County. And we're going to have a short presentation and to talk about the changes that's gone on with the Energy Smart program as of late, and also to get ratification from the Board of County Commissioners that says that CORE will be Pitkin County's representative with regard to the Department of Energy grant and running the Energy Smart program for Pitkin County. So with that, I'll hand it over to Catherine.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Dart. I'm a program manager with the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. And I wanted to give you all a short update on what has been going on within Pitkin County since Dylan was last in front of you all, I believe, in February. So an overview and then also some of the results that we've seen directly from this program in the past 6 months. Energy Smart, as you all know, but perhaps many in the audience do not, is a comprehensive residential energy retrofit program. So what does that mean? That means that essentially we are helping homeowners within Pitkin County make energy improvements on their homes. So maybe putting in a new boiler, furnace, better insulation, weather stripping, caulking, etc. We provide free services to all residents of Pitkin County. That's one-on-one advice through our energy resource centers. We also provide rebates and incentives. We work with local contractors within the valley to hook them up essentially with these residents to do home energy assessments and then also to complete upgrade work. The grant was awarded last June, I believe, to Eagle County, and the program is for all Pitkin, Eagle, and Gunnison counties. The 3 counties have been working collaboratively together since we passed our PACE program, I guess 2 years ago now, in 2009. And we came about this essentially recognizing that although there are many efforts going on within all 3 of these counties, we really needed a comprehensive program to go about helping to reduce energy use within our communities and upgrade our housing stock. And then lastly, this program is completely supported by the Department of Energy. Just to be clear, this is not a county-funded program. This is funded through grant funds, and it's one of 41 grants nationally. So what have been our results so far in Pitkin County? These do, just to be clear, these do include a few homeowners within Eagle County on the Roaring Fork Valley side. I didn't split those out, but CORE has been working within the Pitkin County and then parts of Eagle County that are on this side. So far, in Pitkin County, we have over 350 homeowners enrolled. Enrolled means essentially they've either received an assessment, signed up to get an energy assessment. So for those in the audience that do not know, an energy assessment is essentially a physical for your home. Going in and doing a blower door test, depressurizing the home, checking out where air leakage is, things of that nature. So these 350 homeowners have either received an assessment or they have received a rebate from our program in terms of them actually doing an upgrade. It's created jobs for independent contractors. As I said, we've been working with local analysts in our community. They are not employed by Energy Smart. However, they are hooked up with Energy Smart in terms of they receive marketing materials by us, and they also receive payments in terms of the rebates that we provide, and then we help hook them up with homeowners and things like that. And then we've had around 15 contractors that have done specific home energy upgrades, like insulation. We've hosted comprehensive workshops, 5 training workshops. Most of them have been in Carbondale. We've been trying to collaborate with the other Valley partners so that our workforce is not going to separate events in different places, but is actually all coming to one place at one time. We've worked thus far with 5 multifamily complexes. Some of them, they're in all different stages. A few examples are Alpine Grove in the ABC, Lone Pine here in Aspen, the Timbers Club out in Snowmass, Chamonix, and blanking on the last one, the Enclave, also in Snowmass. And those we've done essentially assessments on a few units and then done upgrades to them. They're all in some form of either getting the assessment or completing the projects at this point. And then for all of the homes that have been assessed within the county, they've received quick fix items. So for example, CFLs, programmable thermostats, outlet gaskets, faucet aerators, pipe wrap, caulking, weather stripping. These are just a few of the numbers. I just wanted to show an example of, so far there's been 1,400 plus CFLs that have been installed in area homes. These are at no cost to the homeowner. It's included within the $50 assessment price. And the local contractors are paid essentially on whether or not they paid for the assessment and then paid also for putting in these quick fix materials. So marketing tactics, the question is how have we been able to accomplish these things? We've established an energy resource center. There's one in each county, so one in Pitkin, one in Eagle, and one in Gunnison. The resource center here in Pitkin County is run through the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. Our center is out at the ABC. It's open to the public 5 days a week. 8 hours a day, and there folks can come in and talk one-on-one with our home energy advisor. We have a full-time staff that's there basically to, I guess we call it hand-holding, walking through the process of making these upgrades, getting an assessment and such. We've worked with existing networks and partnerships, so running this program through CORE has been very beneficial because we already had existing partnerships with Holy Cross Energy, City of Aspen Utility, municipalities, Pitkin County, of course, and then, of course, our just existing things like e-blasts and other programs that we run. We've been able to reach out to the community through all of the various programs that CORE has already on the books. And then lastly, something that has been kind of unique and quite fun this summer is we hosted homeowner association parties all summer. So we worked with over 15 HOAs in the county, hosting little parties, essentially neighbor-to-neighbor interactions of getting folks together to talk about their energy bills and then, of course, also sign people up for this program. That has been very, very, very successful. That's essentially where we got many of our enrollees was one person in a neighborhood having signed up, done work on their home, and then inviting people over to their house to talk about it. And we provide food and things like that. Here's a few of our marketing collateral. I think as we discussed in the last meeting with you all, with the last update, the 3 counties have hired a regional marketer with impact marketing, and they are responsible for creating collateral for the 3 counties that we can use. So these are some ads, a flyer. This is a rack card, and then the kind of spreadsheet below is on financing options available for residents. These are all small, obviously, but they've been very effective in terms of branding for the program. And then lastly, I just wanted to go just a few next step items. Collaborative marketing with other partners. We've been working with Holy Cross Energy. They are rolling out a new 5-year efficiency plan, so we're working with them to see how best to implement that together. We've also been discussing some innovative financing tools. As all of you are well aware, this program was built on the back of the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, the PACE programs, which is no longer available to anyone, actually. And so we have been talking with a few folks at the DOE and within our program to see about setting up a revolving loan fund or working with some of our local utilities to do an on-bill financing piece. We've recognized that there is the microloan piece is lacking out there, so small loans that are easy and accessible to our program enrollees is right now does not exist. So we are working on pulling that together. One thing we've definitely had a challenge with is getting our data management system all up and running and really having an online presence. That's something that we're continuing to work on and move forward with that. Working with multifamily units, that's been a big success for us thus far. Many multifamily units were built before 1990, and there really are some great energy reductions that can be done there. It's effective, it's targeted, it's easy to get to a bunch of people at one time. And then, of course, working on the self-sustainability of the program through financing mechanisms and such. So here's my contact information if anyone's interested in the audience. Give us a call if you would like to sign up or you want to know more about the program.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. I guess the thing for the board here is, since we've eliminated the energy manager position, is for the Board of County Commissioner to give us direction so that the Department of Energy grant can then be given to CORE and that they can move forward with the Energy Smart program, and that Eagle County can feel comfortable with the Board of County Commissioners being informed of that responsibility transfer. So while there is not a formal vote required, I think that this is just a showing to Eagle County that the Board of County Commissioners is aware of this responsibility shift.
Yeah, let me have John add a word here.
Yeah, and so as we had discussed, when we eliminated the energy manager position, certain responsibilities were going to move different places. And so a significant portion of Dylan's responsibilities for administration of the Energy Smart program here in Pickens County. We did have discussions with CORE, and CORE agreed to take that over for this year, and subsequent conversations with Nathan. That seems to be working out well for CORE, and Catherine, I'm glad to see you're shaking your head yes, confirming that. And so really, with Eagle County having the overall responsibility for administration of the grant, I think just the understanding from the board's perspective as we do this update that we plan to continue that relationship with CORE for the Energy Smart program to administer Pickens County's Energy Smart program. Just briefly, though not related to this, there are also other responsibilities Dylan had. For example, he was working on our facilities internally. That would be the Innovate program. Our facilities manager has since assumed those responsibilities, and I've had some follow-up discussions with Nathan, again at CORE, about having some liaison with our staff about our internal culture work about keeping energy conservation front and center in our employees' minds. And so we're continuing those discussions at this point. But I think really part of what staff is seeking out of this is just the board's understanding that we plan to continue this relationship with CORE for administration of the Energy Smart program in the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. I do want to make clear that Dylan found a kind of better job opportunity up in Yellowstone, and or not Yellowstone. It was.
It's with a company that runs the concessions and I think accommodations in Yellowstone. I can't remember the company's name off the top of my head.
Yeah, because I think it was the California Large National Park too, where Capitan is, but I get confused. And it was again, he left for a better job opportunity. And when we evaluated this and looked at this, we knew we had a limited funding stream. It had never been funded from our general fund. It was always a grant through the REMP funds for that position. And so the question really became, do we just hire a position that doesn't have long-term funding, or find other ways to make sure the goals and priorities of the board go forward? This has left us, I think, and John and I have talked about a little bit, with how do we continue the issue of energy efficiencies and savings, and as a foremost priority in all of our departments' goals, the green team leadership, and just keeping that forward. And I think there's some ways we can institute that as kind of part of our institutional memory and our institutional priorities.
Yeah, well, I think we've started that work. If you look at our strategic plan, for example, which all county departments are paying attention to all aspects of, certainly environmental sustainability is front and center, both in our mission and in the core functions of our strategic plan. We also will be establishing liaison with CORE to explore how can we leverage a partnership with an organization that's already doing good work in our community to help us continue with both the culture work and identifying specific steps that we can take, whether it be our facilities energy efficiency projects or policy practices. And so we're continuing to look at how we formalize that relationship. We believe that the Energy Smart being administered by CORE is actually a good first step towards sustainability, that sustainability is going to happen through partnership and collaboration. And this is, though it probably came a little quicker than we were anticipating, this is probably a step in the right direction.
Thank you. So would you like board questions or comments at this time, Brian, or do you have more presentation with Adam?
Yeah, thank you again. My name is Adam Palmer, Environmental Policy Planner at Eagle County, and Program Energy for Energy Smart. It's been great working with Dylan as well as CORE on this project, and really is represented as a tri-county collaborative with Eagle, Pitkin, and Gunnison County, really working on consistent program components. So, so far Pitkin County has been the highest performer as far as assessments are concerned and retrofits are concerned. And so it's just a great team we have over here. Since Dylan left, we made sort of an interim decision on a month-by-month basis for Catherine to step into essentially Dylan's role as the jurisdictional program manager here in Pitkin County. And so as we move forward to signing a longer-term contract with them for that, we really needed to check in with the Pitkin County Commissioners and make sure that you were supportive of that and more or less transferring some of that responsibility specifically to Catherine and to CORE for the duration of the grant, which expires August of 2013.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, and I think from an expectation standpoint, what we've talked about with Catherine is that we would do quarterly updates for the board. So that you would see an Energy Smart program come back, and Catherine would talk about what's gone on in the past few months and what are the next steps that are coming up. So the Board of County Commissioners in Pitkin County would be involved as the liaison with CORE.
Okay, thank you. George, you have a question?
Yeah. This is a tri-county grant. And so Eagle County is looking at taking over the role as being the administrator for the grant. Does that also include Gunnison County, or they have their own administrator?
No, Eagle County, just wondering timeline when we needed to have a lead applicant for the grant application, and I guess at the time we were writing it, it made the most sense for Eagle County to take on that role. Just primarily due to population size of the tri-county partnership. Then the way the contract worked with Department of Energy is they wanted a single contract with that lead agency. So those agreements are specifically between Eagle County and Department of Energy, and then Pitkin and Gunnison are considered sub-awardees from Department of Energy. And so then we have those agreements in place with those partner counties and other. We had specifically CORE and OR named in the grant application, so they were direct sub-awardees for those specific job responsibilities. But we really needed to check in on this change and transfer of responsibilities with Dylan's departures.
Yeah, thank you. Michael?
In the packet, there was no financial information. So is the grant divided up equally? How does that work? And how much is it?
The overall grant is $4.9 million. For the most part, it is, for the most part, we've tried to stay away from dividing the grant. Whenever we talk about goals and program progress, we really look at one program and one goal, and that's really a 10% retrofit goal over the 3-year grant period, trying to retrofit at least 4,100 homes within the Tri-County area. And as soon as we start getting into some of these sort of divide and conquer discussions, it becomes difficult. Well, we have equal staffing at each county for the energy resource centers. But then we get into, well, Eagle County has, 52% of the total population, and should we divide X, Y, and Z that way? And we've decided not to do that. Specifically, as we're looking at, Catherine mentioned this revolving loan fund that we're in the process of creating. Again, that is going to be one pool of funds that will be shared between the 3 counties for all of its participants that will continually be revolving and relent out to those participants of the program. For the most part, the items that have been separated out for the specific energy resource centers have been equal, and everything else as far as rebates or the revolving loan fund or any other incentives is really a shared pool.
So then it's just a matter of how active each county is, essentially.
Right. I guess there would be sort of maybe some competition there, a user to lose it, so to speak.
And so we've been talking about this revolving loan fund for quite a while now. There's been some setbacks. How close are we to getting a revolving loan fund established?
Well, let's see. Originally in the grant application, we had this revolving loan fund identified as a great sort of micro loan, $1,000 to $5,000 improvement to complement PACE, which works much better for deeper retrofits, long-term debt that lies with the property, and has so many advantages with it that way. With PACE more or less on hold, a number of Better Buildings grantees were shifting their grant funds into a loan loss reserve, so a partnership with a private bank who's directly lending their capital, but we have this escrow account that more or less reduces their risk in doing that to create better accessibility, lower interest rate, longer terms, et cetera. We've been able to successfully develop, 7 or 8 financing options. One with U.S. Bank that's quite attractive. But ironically enough, when we did our RFP process, they were willing to give us the terms that we were more or less asking for without dedicating that grant funding through a loan loss reserve. So we were left scratching our heads a little bit, saying, well, we're trying to give you $1 million, but you won't take it, and you'll still give us the loan incentives. So we've been left to essentially go back to what we originally proposed, and we still have this missing need for this microloan piece. And talking with a number of banks on doing that with the loan loss reserve as backing just doesn't really buy that program down enough to make something, again, that's just simple, accessible, and really attractive for a lot of these improvements. So we're going back to partly an old school revolving loan fund, but has some unique attributes to it. We're partnering with a CDFI and trying to get that up and running as soon as we can. It's really a pretty straightforward process in more or less drawing down the funds from the Department of Energy, putting it into an administrator's hands, again, a single administrator's hands that's working directly with each ERC for any applicants with our program to make a very simple approval process for that. So, I'd anticipate we are going to have to negotiate a contract. We have a couple of identified entities who can provide that more or less loan administration service for us at a very low cost. So shortest maybe a month, at longest maybe 2 or 3 months.
And what are the limits of those loans? I mean, is it for $10,000? Is it for $300? What is it?
We've identified $1,000 to $5,000 as a preliminary eligibility bracket there, and anything less than that, we've had a number of retrofits move forward without any financing at all. Anything less than $1,000, we just figure, let's try and figure out if there's another better option out there. But we're aiming at that goal of something that specifically for those measures that have a savings to investment ratio of better than 1 within the grant term. So that's really a pillar that we're trying to build into that revolving loan fund. So basically the message is we're willing and able to pay for those calculated and demonstrated savings of an energy efficiency improvement up front that can be paid for within the term of that loan, so it's more or less cash flow positive, and then obviously positive after it's paid off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Jack? Come over here.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the cooperative effort between the 3 counties, and in particular Eagle County's leadership in helping us somewhat transition, filling a void, etc., and of course Corps' help with this. We could have lost a heck of a lot. We lost some, but we could have lost a whole lot of momentum here with Fannie and Freddie kind of kiboshing our original plan, as it were. So I certainly support, I think we're being asked maybe a more formal agreement, working with Eagle County as the administrator. Let's go forward with that. And it is really impressive that we've been able to keep this alive. So, and now there are some results per what you showed us about Pickens County. How about Eagle County and Gunnison? Where are they at? And would you willing to share some numbers? Just off the top of contacts like the 350.
Yes, I do have some updated numbers just through the end of third quarter. We just forwarded those reports to Department of Energy last week. So the program total end of third quarter was 470 home energy assessments completed with 146 retrofits completed. I think since the end of third quarter, we are in the process of completing 156 units in Eagle County on one of our multi-family projects. So let's see. I don't have that broken out separately county to county, but I do have it just from by quarter to quarter. But that's essentially where we're at. We do have some internal goals of 300 retrofits for each county this year, and I think we're more or less on target to meet that, especially with a lot of these multifamily projects moving forward.
Yeah, and a question on what the terminology meant. You said, or it has been indicated, that you worked with multifamily units, so complexes. So in effect, you're dealing with common areas. And so it's the energy cost and mitigations for things like lights, if they have common heating systems. What other kind of things would multifamily be involved in?
The challenge with multifamily is, as you know, is they run the whole spectrum. On one hand, you can have some very basic complexes that have very little common space or amenities outside of the residents themselves. And we do more or less a sampling approach of those that's more or less based on our residential home energy assessment. But then when we get into complexes like timber, and number of similar, we call more or less a mixed-use commercial residential project where have a lot of amenities, and there are more commercial uses within those residences that directly support the residential use, but the scope is drastically different. And so we're going more along an ASHRAE level 2 engineering scale audit there, where Energy Smart will pay for a portion of that, and we'll leverage that with Holy Cross or Source Gas or other incentives to complete that engineering grade audit that really looks at typically the lowest hanging fruit, and the best savings are the improvements to those commercial uses that are integrated on those mixed use projects.
Yeah, one last question. This is a 3-year grant. If we don't use it, can we apply to extend it?
We can apply to extend. We're going to be discussing that a little bit next week. We're going to be out at a DOE conference talking about sustainability of our work plans beyond the grant term. And I know that, August of 2013 is going to be here before we know it. I know that some of those discussions are already in place, and DOE is not opposed to them. So, I do expect probably an extension request through December of 2013 at minimum. Beyond that, it kind of depends on where we're at with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rob?
Thank you very much for your good work on all this. As for our recommended action, I'm in favor of formalizing this, moving to core, but I did want to just make a few comments. One, I went through and had an assessment done of my home, put in low-flow water things, they put in insulation things at all the little outlets, which I think was neat, and actually got, Dylan helped me with some rebates on putting in a new furnace in my house. One thing that I'd like to see, because this was kind of a small packet to us, you had a little more information in your presentation, I'd like to see kind of a report card of how this is going. How much money have we spent so far? You've got this 350 number where you were saying you're looking for 300 units in each county or 900 units for the first year. Well, that means we're going to be shy of our 4,100 units for the oversight of the program. Are we getting 20% energy reduction in these homes? I'm not sure in my home that I had a little retrofit done that it's a 20% reduction in my energy costs, so where are we? And then also, where are we in terms of our goals for the $4.9 million? How much, I'm not sure we can look to this detail of an analysis, but how much is each one of these retrofit costing, and giving ourselves a report card looking internally on how well we're doing on storing these dollars to the best maximum energy efficiency. I mean, this is totally off the top of my head, but if we're paying, $100 for each water thing, well, maybe that's not the gear towards the best use of these dollars. So I'd like to see, a long-term, a bigger picture of a report card internally of how well we're utilizing these dollars. It's great that we're doing this, and I definitely think that energy efficiencies is the greatest way to have carbon input into our community, because there's so many inefficient energy homes out there. And so I think it's a fabulous program, but I think what I'd like to see is, again, that report card to make sure that we're storing these dollars as best as possible. How much have we spent so far? This is a 3-year program, about $5 million, 3 counties, 3 years. How much have we spent so far? Are we ahead of pace? Are we behind pace? Those sorts of things. It'd be nice to get that feedback to the public and the efficiency of this program. So, but very good work.
I think that's an excellent set of suggestions, Rob. And hopefully when it's January and really cold, you'll see those energy savings a little more. George, did you have any questions or comments? Well, let me just kind of check in. Is it the sense of the board that we would be supportive of formally entering into whatever type of agreement John deems necessary with Brian, with CORE, to be the administrator of our branch of Energy Smart under Eagle County as the administrator? I see nods all around. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you again next quarter.
Thank you.
And we'll try and keep them on a roughly quarter track, but if for any reason it falls in the middle of December or something like that, we can play a couple weeks on either side. So, we don't want to create a new. We want to get on your cycle of accounting, not make you do a separate cycle of accounting for us, I guess is the way to say it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our special meeting of the Board of Social Services, update with the Department of Human Services. And so I need a motion to go into a special meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved by Michael, seconded by George. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then I need a motion to convene as the Board of Social Services.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Made by Michael, seconded by Jack. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you very much, and just welcome on up, everybody. Sorry we've been running a little bit late today.
We can roll through this one.
Yeah, but he is in a really bad mood, so.
He's back there, that's why he's standing up.
Okay. It's a big welcome. You get a big welcome from Rob today. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we got a little slideshow. Good, good.
We don't have a slideshow, so.
Oh, are you trying to turn that off?
Trying to turn it off, but.
Okay.
Off.
Okay, cool, good job.
Well, this is our second Board of Social Services meeting, and I think that while I was getting up, you just convened as a Board of Social Services.
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
And just identify yourselves for the
Will do.
camera and pass that mic around in this funny little room. We don't have mics for everybody.
Right. So today we have the Department of Human Services to present to you just some mandated things that we have to share with you, and that's our budget, quarterly budget, and also the client payrolls, how much money we're actually putting out in the community for public benefit. And then we have a few items to just review with you for your information. And we'll do introductions in a second. There's so much that changes in human services daily that at any given time when I need to write this memo, I could just pick, 20 topics. So I tried to pick topics that would be good, I think, for the Board of County Commissioners to have the information. And what we'll do today is just sort of review briefly what we have in the packet, see if you have questions, and we'll go from there. So we have with us today Mitzi Lettingham, the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services.
Welcome.
Kim Dubois, who's the Adult and Family Services Manager. And you guys know Connie Overton. She is, Connie Garofalo. Connie Overton was our assistant about 10 years ago, so sorry about that. Connie Garofalo, who is our account specialist for Human Services. So we are in Human Services, a state administrator. Oh, and also in the back of the room we have Amy Davis, our social caseworker, and Sarah LeBlanc, our social caseworker. So those guys work specifically with adult protection and child welfare.
And you're Nan Sundin?
And I'm Nan Sundin. Thank you, Mr. Owsley. So just a reminder that Human Services in the state of Colorado is a state-administered is a state-supervised county-administered system, which means that the state has an obligation and a responsibility to oversee everything we do. The county has a responsibility and an obligation to implement the programs that are deemed important by the state and the federal government. And so you all meet by statute as the Board of Social Services, which is also the same as Human Services. The term is used interchangeably. There's a couple of terms in here that I just want to clarify because some of them are confusing. I'm still learning them as well. But you have the state supervised county administered, so, and then you have a county director who oversees at the pleasure of the county manager and the Board of County Commissioners. And then at the state level, what happens is that the Director of Human Services, who is currently Reggie Bika, he oversees all the programs that we oversee on a micro level. He oversees them on a macro level. But he uses county representatives in what is called a PAC and a sub-PAC. And the PAC is a Policy Advisory Committee. So you'll see that term in here a couple of times. So county directors from each region, one county director from each region sits on the PAC. And the PAC reviews all the rules and the regulations and the policy changes that the Director of Human Services is considering making. And the PAC has specialty sub-PACs. And the specialty sub-PACs look at specific issues like public assistance or child welfare or adult protection or aging or something like that. The reason why I wanted to share that with you today is because starting in January, I will be the Northwest representative on the PAC. This is the first time Pitkin has participated on this level, and we're very excited. It's going to be an obligation which will require me to go to Denver twice for 2 days each month. But hopefully in doing that, I'll be able to bring issues to you faster, better, with more insight and awareness. I have a huge learning curve, so I'm excited about that opportunity. A reminder that in Pitkin County, which is different from a lot of counties, we subcontract a lot of our work, actually. Eagle County does all of our public assistance. Garfield County does our child support enforcement. They also do child care licensing, and they also do what we call long-term care, our single entry point. And so, unlike other counties that do all of it, we parcel out a bunch of what we do, and you see that in the beginning of the memo, sort of identifying that. So we're going to start with Connie is going to talk to you very briefly about the budget to actual and where we stand in human services.
So on page 2 of your memo, you see a little chart that shows January through July expenditures, what the county budget is, how much we've spent so far, and then a percentage, if you just took the year flatline percentage, what part of the year we are at and where the expenditures should be if they just went in a straight line. You'll see that for admin, we are on track. Child care, you have addressed some of the child care issues in other meetings. Unfortunately, this chart does not show you the offsetting revenues for each of these areas. In child care for the first half of 2011, we were able to benefit from a $70,000 additional allocation from Eagle County. And so there are a lot of offsetting revenues to cover some of the areas where we're overexpended. Hopefully for future meetings we'll be able to put together a chart that does show the revenues in a net without getting too complicated.
It is complicated.
It's complicated because the state is also, of course, on a state fiscal year. We're on a calendar year. So are there any questions about the expenditures?
Let's start with George and then Robert.
Excuse me. Sort of a broader question first. All these programs, are they just state funded, or are there some of them are federally funded as well? Sort of a mix.
There's a mix, yes.
And those money that goes into these programs, are they targeted specifically for these programs, or there's any ability to move some of these dollars around?
There are some areas where we're able to move money around. We have TANF reserves. TANF is the Colorado Works program. When we have reserves in the TANF program area, we are able to take some of them and allocate them towards child welfare and also towards child care. And Nan is always working on that, trying to see where the best way to move those dollars is. So there is a little bit of some flexibility in some of the programs, but not in others.
Yeah, because it's hard to tell, as you said, Connie, earlier, for child care right now, the budget's showing that we're 122% above, although we've received a buyback of $70,000 to offset that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to tell then if we were able to utilize some of the TANF funds, either going into child welfare or child care, to reduce their overallotment there.
Right, and my difficulty with putting together a chart is how do I show the numbers but without getting so complicated that then you still don't understand it, because even for Nan and I, as we're going through it, it does get very complicated. But we'll continue to work on it to get something that will give you more information.
Yeah, then not for now, but as we continue to have a broader discussion in terms of allocating additional dollars for community child care, it'd be good to really know how these dollars could sort of be utilized from some of these other areas, other programs.
Right. We do have, how much is our TANF reserve? About 37,000. We have some reserve right at the moment, and at the end of state fiscal year 2012, we can pull in some of that reserve if necessary.
Right. Pass the microphone.
Thanks. The complicated thing, George, is that within these categories, there's very little fluidity between them. We do watch the TANF dollars that we can use for child care or child welfare. We have to be aware that while our child care overage is considerable, so is our child welfare overage. And so we keep our TANF reserves and we watch them, but they could very easily be used for child welfare. So what we try to look at, and maybe which I find more useful on a regular basis, is to look at the whole and look at how we're doing with the whole budget. And historically, Pickens County has been at about, where the state pays 80, the county pays 20. We've been more like at 19% lately, and the state is paying 81%, and that tells us a little bit more how the money is flowing. But in the detail part of it, it's almost like we have to look for opportunities every month. Can we buy other dollars from other counties? What other opportunities do we have to? It's really a fluid system, is I guess what I'm trying to say. And we can't really ever guarantee how much money we're going to be putting out in benefits to the clients. So, which brings us to the payroll chart that is right after that, which says if you look at child care, in the third quarter of 2009, we spent $43,000, and that was direct benefit to families, paying for child care services. In that same quarter, year to date, $124,000. So it's like every day is changing for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had Rob up next and then Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just curious, you've got an analysis here done on percentage year to date. How correlated is the expenditures on the day-to-day operation? Meaning, are these expenses front-loaded, or are they back-loaded, or is that a pretty good indication that at 58% of the year, we should be at 58% of our budgeted expenditures?
That's a really good question. For the most part, they're month-to-month charges, so we can watch them. Where we sometimes get caught up is if we don't get Eagle County's bill on time, it won't show in that particular quarter, and that's the biggest chunk of what we pay out in expenditures. Right? Would you say that? Yes. So it might be a month later or a month earlier, but I think we're pretty comfortable that these are the expenditures from the first 6 months.
I was just going to say, I think for overall programs, it's probably a reasonable expectation that we'd roughly be there, but certain LEAP, for example, is going to fluctuate with so certain programs are going to fluctuate by season, but overall, if you're within 1% or 2% of that target date, that's probably what we would expect unless the billing.
I think so. I mean, there's some conversation that child care goes down in the summer when more families are taking time off, they're less, but for the most part, it's pretty well divided for us by 12 months, yeah.
Jack?
Yeah, as a member of the Board of Social Services, I very much appreciate the cooperative effort between Eagle County, Pickens, and those elements of Garfield. There's a few things there too. So it's really, I don't believe we could offer the quality service that we do without that effort. So obviously, thank you. Relative to budgets and numbers, of course, we're all tuned in to how important they are. It would be helpful for me to get an understanding of what we're doing here, not only to have the stats on financials, but caseload. You know, how many people are we actually touching base with? I don't mean, say, one case, a family, for example, and how many times you work with them, but they would be one, you know, in my simplistic way of looking at it. Not contacts, but cases, as it were. So that would help clarify. Now, my understanding as far as revenues and on page 3, hot topics, and you talk about Child Welfare Administration and Colorado Child Care Assistant Programs, I'm wondering what drives the expenditure bus? Just by people showing up at the door, and that's really what it is, and then at the end of the cycle, you know, the budget cycle, state's budget cycle, we hope that we have offsetting revenues, and of course, intervening, you know, there's that offset with, for example, you bought this year accessible monies from, you know, Eagle, but there's no guarantees those things would happen. So the bus, I'm calling it the bus, you know, the expenditure bus, obviously we're where it's somewhat scary because we don't know where we can end up. There's no certainty, or even we can't speculate because it's how the state deals with it. So what if demand became so extreme? I mean, how do we draw the line in the sand if we felt it was necessary? And I'm sure you would come before us, like in these quarterlies, and we'd be talking about that. But how do you project that might happen or might have to happen?
That's an excellent question, Jack. You know, we pretty much in our department, we just take care of the next person who comes through our door. That's our focus. It's very difficult to project what's going to happen in a month, let alone in a year. With this economy, you know, for years we had no growth in any of these areas, and everything just was what it was. So I think that, you know, we'd have to look program by program. A lot of these dollars are passed through. So when you're looking at, for example, these are allocations. So, like, for example, Medicaid, the caseload has gone up for us dramatically, over 82% between just 2008 and 2009. We are able to serve them with the staff that we have with the federal dollars that come in to serve them. It doesn't matter if 1,000 people come in or 2 people come in. The federal money comes to cover those people. Where we run into trouble is, for example, LEAP is a federal program, and they are cutting back their eligibility.
And LEAP is?
LEAP is, thank you, the Low Energy Assistance Program. So, you know, for us, on a monthly basis, we have to be watching, is the money following the person? And then if it isn't, we come to the Board of County Commissioners, for example, like with child care, and say the money is not following, there's no more money to be serving this population, we have to change something. So
it's a dynamic,
it's tricky.
really,
It's
interaction.
dynamic. Yeah.
Good. Well, thanks for a stab at trying to get to that answer.
Okay. Michael, did you have any questions on this point? Okay. Please continue with your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Connie. The quarterly payrolls, we already addressed a little bit. It's just a reminder, but that these are dollars that are supporting families, indigent adults. They're going directly out to provide child care, to provide cash assistance, to provide energy assistance. So I think what is noteworthy in this always in this box is that in the first 6 months, we brought in over $500,000 that went directly to support low-income individuals and families. So if the year goes this way, we will, at the end of the year, have brought in over $1 million to support low-income families. And so while we look at the costs, we also have to look at the benefits and keeping money in people's hands, keeping them able to buy food, making sure that they can pay their utility bills and pay for childcare and those kinds of things. So I think that it's sort of an impact opportunity to look at, we have a lot of cases, over 460 cases for public assistance in particular, and we're making a meaningful difference in their lives in terms of helping pay for things that they can't pay for.
Let me ask a question, because a lot of our admin charges also, admin support comes from the federal or the state, or is that, I know there's the maintenance of care that shows your local commitment that comes from our general fund. I know this question is working its way around in a very broad way, but I wonder if you could explain the relationship of what we support as a county with our county general fund and, say, these services, which we administer for the state supervises us, and our county's support for 1A. The question we have on the ballot this time, because I think sometimes there's a confusion that we're asking about 1A to do these kind of state-mandated things, and we're not. But how do those types of services that we fund from 1A support the goals of keeping families on their feet, getting them back on their feet in a stable and sustainable way?
Great question. I think that we're so lucky in Pickens County today to have one, to have the Healthy Community Fund, because while the county has an obligation to fund these mandated services, child welfare, adult protection, and public assistance, provision of and access to, Pickens County has the opportunity to have expanded support services through the Healthy Community Fund. So when we have indigent families that either come in through our child welfare system or through adult protection, we have resources, a depth of resources to provide that family with the buddy program, family visitor program, the public health center, and the Mountain Valley Developmental Center. We just have this great added value that we can use to wrap around families and adults that other counties don't necessarily have.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything to that?
No, I can answer.
Okay.
But that those dollars, again, kind of provide these adjunct services that are very helpful to a family in trouble, but they're not taking the burden off the county to provide its obligations.
That's right. If I can just interject.
Please.
Basically, as Nan says, those supported extra services that we can build on for a family are coming from agencies who are partially funded from the Healthy Community Fund. So that fund supports them out there in the community and is very separate from our admin fund here. But together, we're working on really creating a better system for our families' support.
Okay. Thank you very much. Rob, and then we'll...
Yeah, and kind of along the lines of Jack's question with the budget, it'd be good for me to see caseloads to these things and try to get an idea for the dollars. You said 460 cases. I don't know if that's the projection for the year or year to date for this. And you said it's going to be about $1 million for the year of this sort of assistance. Seeing, which comes out to about $2,000 per case on average, but is 5 cases, one family, and how does, I'd just like to get my grips around some of these numbers a little bit more. Maybe in our next report, having some of that information would be very helpful for me. Also, some of the demographics of what enables someone to take advantage of some of these programs. You know, is this the poverty level? Is it, you know, is it other things? I'm sure it's a lot of different things. So that's some information that I would like in the future, I guess.
Thank you. Those are all great questions, and we can make a point of bringing current caseload to you. So when we talk to you about 460 cases, we mean right now, today, because in a month it could be 420 or it could be 500. And so it moves like that, but it is current open cases. And what we think, for the most part, our best estimate is that for every case we're talking about 2.5 people. So that's about how many people we're reaching. And as John said, what changes for us, the biggest fluctuation that we see in the winter is the low energy assistance program that could add another 50 cases to our caseload. But we have Eagle County gives us great numbers and then identifies how many cases in each program. And I think next week when we come in for the budget, we're also going to give you a little bit of a breakdown of some demographics of who are the people who are receiving public assistance.
And is this 460 shared with Eagle County? So that's not
no,
just,
this
that's
is ours.
Pitkin County.
Pickens. Okay. Eagle's got over 1,000, 1,200. Yeah.
That's what I thought. You said shared with Eagle, and I was like, okay, let's not mix apples and oranges.
We will add caseload information in the next quarterly report.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have just about 20 more minutes.
Okay,
25
we'll
more
go really
minutes.
fast then.
Okay.
Thank you. I won't go over the closeout and mitigation because we already talked about that. And Kim is going to talk about adult protection because it's one of the places that we're feeling some of the greatest pressure and growth.
Thank you, Kim.
Hi, I'm really glad to be here today to talk about adult protection. We had the opportunity to talk about child welfare in May, and certainly have seen some trends and themes there. But adult protection, I think we've seen some unexpected trends and themes, and so I wanted to be able to talk about that today. But before I start, I wanted to really tie this to our strategic plan because I love the strategic plan, and it's very much aligned with what we're required to do at the state level and also what our best practice would be with the folks that we're working with as well as our mandate. So under the core focus, livable and supportive community, we are meeting the success factors. 1, a sense of personal and community safety. Number 3, self-sufficient individuals and families. We're always moving towards that. And then number 5, improved community engagement and participation, which is very key to all of the work that we do. In terms of diverse and livable housing options, number 2, and access to recreation. Number 4 is handled by senior services, and we make referrals to them. And number 2, we're going to be talking about in a few minutes, which is the housing, some of the housing issues that are coming up. You have the information in your packet, and I don't want to be redundant, but adult protection services, of course, is mandated by each county, and it's to protect adults who can't protect themselves. And we are talking about at-risk adults, and the definition, the actual definition is anybody who's 18 years or older who is susceptible to mistreatment of self-neglect because the individual is unable to perform or obtain services necessary for their health, safety, or welfare, or they lack the sufficient understanding or capacity to communicate responsible decisions concerning individuals' personal affairs. We're guided by core values, but I would say it's more than core values. It's really required that we observe issues related to confidentiality when it comes to the adults that we're working with. We always ask for their consent for the services that we provide. We want them to guide. Things are a little bit different with adult protection than child welfare. The kids, sometimes we are the voice and working with families where adults are adults and they can make decisions even if we don't all agree with those decisions. So they have a right to self-determination, which we all appreciate, I know. And we always are looking at the least restrictive intervention, which in the case of Pitkin County, I think we're seeing a lot of aging, an increase in our aging community, and they are really looking to age in place in their homes. We've had people who have been here since the 40s.
and they're struggling with some issues such as, maybe some memory issues, just trying to navigate their financial circumstances and that kind of thing. They live on fixed incomes, but we definitely want to honor that desire to age in place if that's their desire and if they can do that independently. In terms of, I talked about some pressure points, but I also want to talk about some themes just in terms of the referrals that we've received just in the last quarter. Some of the issues that have come up, the primary issues I would say are mental health and medical issues. And intertwined with all of that are issues related to aging, people being frail, having some additional medical needs, people having some difficulty maintaining their housing because they're on the fixed incomes and they can't, an extra $20 a month can really impact their living situation. And also domestic violence and homelessness has also been an issue that we've been dealing with. And I can't, it's difficult to split hairs and say it's one or the other because they're all really intertwined, especially when you're dealing with people. It's hard to say that it's the chicken or the egg. Is it this issue? Is it aging that's causing this? Or is it the housing that's causing some of the issues that they're struggling with? In terms of the pressure points that we have really been feeling, the lack of affordable or transitional housing, and that's for people who are aging and also for folks with mental health issues. We are trying to link people, of course, to public assistance, to insurance, whether that be Medicare or other things, and we are really finding a need for how we can help people stay in their homes, and so a lot of that requires a lot of home-based services. Home health is really great in assisting us with that. Some volunteers in the community, all those things, we try to pull those resources together to better serve folks that we're working with. In terms of solutions, I guess, in terms of some of the trends and pressure points that we're experiencing, we really, I had a magic wand over there and I was going to bring it, but I decided not to because I thought it would be kind of kitschy or whatever. But anyway, someone gave me a magic wand when I went through all of my training and said, here's the magic wand. And it's not magic, and unfortunately, and I think that one of the pressure points that I didn't mention here is the community has a lot of, and families have a lot of expectations about what we can and can't do. So a lot of our work is educating the community, working with families, and really trying to bring together groups of people so that we have a community response as opposed to just an adult protection response. I think a lot of people think we have authority to make a lot of decisions that we can't make. We can't lock people up. We can't. There's a very high threshold to determine that, and we don't make that call. A doctor or a lawyer would, or a judge, I'm sorry, would make that call. So I think that that's one area that we've really tried to impact. And the ways that we've tried to impact that are just really collaborating, partnership, bringing people together. And one way that we've done that is through our adult protection team. It started in May. It's only required quarterly by the state regulations, but our group wanted to meet monthly because they saw how beneficial it was to come together as a community and really identify some issues that are going on and how we can impact that as a group. Some of the other ways, just education, we had the Elder Abuse Proclamation in June, and we were really excited about that so that people, the citizens in our community are really aware that we want to support and help and honor people who have been in our community for a long time, and even if they haven't been here for a long time, if they need our assistance. And then we're always looking at continuous quality improvement, really looking at our services, having folks come in and check out what we're doing, have other entities come in and just really review what we're doing and how we're doing it so that we can provide the best possible services to the people in our community. I think that's it in terms of Oh, the other piece I don't want to leave out, just last week, and this is always so fluid, so I don't want to leave this piece out. Nan and I met with Tom McCabe, and we're talking about some ways in which we could really work together better to address some of the housing issues. It's not that there's a lack of housing. I think sometimes the housing department and what they do, they have to ensure that people are safe and not impacting other people and that kind of thing. And our role is to really work with people on a different level. So we're going to, I think Nan and Tom will be talking some more and going to visit some places to see how other counties are doing it across the state and what that impact has been. And we are also inviting someone from the housing department to sit on our adult protection team. So we're excited about that. So.
Thank you. Do board members have comments or questions on this area? Other than to say thanks. Thanks for all you do. Okay, please continue.
Okay. Mitzi, you want to? Okay. I'd like to share just a couple of changes that are coming down the pike. It's in your packet. You'll see on Medicaid expansion, the state has now determined that they're going to move into offering Medicaid benefit packages to adults without dependent children. Up to this point, you receive Medicaid with children in the home. And they determined in their research that there's such a high number, there's such a large population of adults with very low income without children that to start this expansion, they're capping. They are going to cap at the state level to 10,000 clients. The number is much larger than that. Target age group would be 19 to 64. So that's going to roll out in Pitkin County. There's an estimate that came through the Colorado Health Institute that we have maybe 0 to 135 folks that might fit that. In Eagle, it's considerably larger, 250 to 675 uninsured adults. So basically, we don't have the eligibility information yet. This is all brand new, but we're going to be working together, Eagle and Pitkin, and with our partners to identify eligible adults as soon as the program's available so that we can make sure they're part of the cohort of 10,000. And how we're going to do that is work with our emergency service providers, our direct support providers who have single adults coming in, or yes, all the time, as well as the homeless shelter, of course, and public health, I'm thinking, as well as others of our agencies. So that's coming down the pike, as well as...
Rachel, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, well, I was just going to comment.
Yes.
You have to be under the age of qualifying for Medicare to receive Medicaid, is my understanding.
Correct.
And then this income level, the cap, other than the 10,000, is going to be 10% of the federal poverty level, which means that an individual could not earn more than $1,090 a year.
That is correct.
To be able to have some medical insurance assistance. So it's kind of fascinating to me to think that we may have as many as that who would qualify, don't have children under the age of Medicare, and have such a low income surviving in this
It's actually
community.
fairly shocking.
Yeah. So, okay, that's all. I was going to comment really briefly because I know we only have about 5 to 7
So
more
just really fast then, this is a really positive change. The state has developed a much shorter application. And it's available right now online. Folks can use it online, can be downloaded. The only thing with that is that we can order them in November. They're not ready in paper form yet from state forms, and we have a backlog of 150 to 200 packets still in English with the larger application. So we're probably going to use those down. But this is an efficiency. What's really missing is the Spanish translation. What the state is saying is they're going to wait to see how this works, kind of a pilot period, and then they're going to move to translate. So that's a bit of a discrimination, if you will, in a sense. The Spanish folks will always have the longer application. The English ones are shorter now. But as I said, in Pitkin and Eagle, we're going to be using what we have in stock. But that's actually going to be a big benefit to families. What that translates into is someone, they'll come in, they usually grab the application, take it home to complete it. Then they make an appointment and come back. With a short application, they can do it right then and there. They will speed up their process. So that's all I wanted to share about that.
Thank you.
We have, just in your packets, you will find 2 policies that Pitkin is required to have. And I have drafted them, and I've gotten state approval on them. So hopefully they meet with your criteria. They are scheduled for October 26th consent agenda because we need BOCC approval on them. The policies that you all approve stay in a book. We give them to Eagle County. They guide how we serve people. These 2 particular policies. One is about serving in TANF. Remember, that's the Welfare to Work program, so it's helping people become independent. So the first one is a non-custodial parent policy, and that is for the parent who's not living in the home, if he meets or she meets certain criteria, that we can provide them with work assistance, classes, et cetera. That will help in particular because we want to make sure that the non-custodial parent is paying child support and is helping families move out of poverty. And the other policy is really just a fraud prevention policy. We didn't have one. So we just wanted to identify, in the state's terms, what are the types of fraud that can occur. How do we watch for it? Fraud can either be on the part of a client or it could be a staff person. And we want to be responsible stewards of the state and federal dollars. So that's what that policy is. And we'll present it that way unless there are questions.
Thank you. Jack?
I understand that there'll be a further discussion here, but just 3 quick heads up, as it were. On the non-custodial parent services, page 9, at the bottom you talk about eligibility. I hope there is a conversation, explanation, not now, because of time, about the $75,000 income limit. So, we ought to at least understand what that means.
Are you thinking that's high, Jack?
Excuse me?
Are you thinking, that's a state standard, that 75,000?
Oh, that's a state standard?
Yes.
Oh. Well, it seems kind of high, but again, further conversation and understanding what it means. And on page, for example, 11 on the fraud prevention detection, I mean, to come up with this kind of policy off the top of your head, excellent. But on K, is it need to complete the sentence, reversing claims and overpayments without result.
Oh, thank you.
And
that was good, though.
Yeah, and on page 13, you talk about investigation responsibilities. Number 3, the HHS director or her, due to the fact that you will not be here forever, it could be probably his or her.
Or their.
Or their, yeah, whatever,
Okay.
someone better at grammar than me.
You think I won't be here forever, Jack?
Well, forever is a long time. My grandmother's 99, and you don't want to do this job at 99. So, and last comment on this Maximus stuff, et cetera. Certainly, we don't have time to get into it, but I like the talking points developed by CHSDA, the Association of Human Service Directors. And I find it a shame that all this energy is being put into this, where we could probably just invest in local county organizations and make it work much better without duplication or involving for-profit a vendor. So it's really a serious issue here. And I have to say, sorry, Rachel, one last thing. I appreciate your involvement as our steering committee member in Health and Human Services, because you've been able, along with Dorothea, take this to another level for our involvement as a county. I mean, it's not my committee, though I'm involved, I don't have a grasp. I really appreciate your getting so involved.
Thank you. Yeah, that is the small thing I was going to mention. On page 7, there's a little discussion about statewide rules reform. And the current update, as I understand it, is that Reggie Baca will be proposing elimination of around 800 rules that are either considered duplicative or unnecessary. It's very much a cleanup of the legislative body, so to speak, or the admin body that's been propagated over the years. It's not really so much change of policies that may add to efficiencies or streamlining things. And so the second effort there, the second paragraph of Real Colorado, an initiative of CCI, is through, in partnership with the health directors, and Nan, I know, has been participating by phone and email and everything like that, and some in person, to look to, okay, what are programs that have developed over time, or rules or requirements that really just do not drive efficiencies, do not drive outcomes, and are unnecessary. And so it's a major overhaul. It may take a couple of years. I have been participating with those meetings as my schedule allows and things like that, and with Nan's feedback. So again, we're just seeing a rule cleanup now, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, really. It's a very important first step. Everyone's very thankful to the state for taking that lead. But now it's what type of mandate reform can we push that are mandates that don't really seem to serve a real purpose. So there's that. Other board member comments or questions? Well, I'd just like to, did you? Okay, I'd like to thank you all for your time in coming here today and for your work out in the field on a daily basis. We know that there can be some really demanding and stressful situations you find yourself in, and appreciate your empathy with our citizens and your hard work for our citizens. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nan, and that goes for all your team.
Yes, well, they're the most important ones.
Okay, I would accept a motion to adjourn as the Board of Social Services.
So moved. Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. I would accept a motion to end the special meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Time for our lunch break. We will reconvene here at 1:15. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to our Grassroots TV audience. It's Tuesday, October 18th, about 1:15 or so in the afternoon. And we are now going to hear the consideration of the historic designation incentive application for the Lanedo town site with Suzanne Wolf. Please just pull the microphone closer to you as you're speaking and share it back and forth because we're in the alternate room because of the elections. Thank you. Suzanne?
Okay. So we've had a request from Daniel Delano and some of the other residents of the Lanedo area to address you regarding designation of portions of the Lanedo town site to the Historic Register and granting of incentives for the designation. The properties we're discussing include what's known as the Lanedo 6 property that has 6 separate owners, and the Last Chance number 2, which has a couple of owners, and multiple cabins, which you can see on the boards and you saw in your packet. This is one of those historic work sessions where the applicant's looking to get some feedback from you before they submit a formal application. So we're not working off of, we have not had an application submitted at this point. The applicant has been talking to planning staff as well as the historic preservation officer, and has been working to pull together some of the background information to bring this forward to you. And just quickly, in working on that, they've basically come up with 3 eras that they have historical trends in the Lanedo: mining era, sawmill era, and the hippie era. And they've gone through which buildings you can see on the map, and again, I'll let them kind of walk through that, which buildings come from each of those eras. Some of them cross over into multiple eras as they were modified over time. And so what the applicant is proposing at this point is to designate structures to the Historic Register in 2 phases. There's a phase 1 and a phase 2. These don't necessarily, the 2 phases proposed at this time are what they've talked about so far. They don't necessarily include all of the potential historic resources on the properties, but it does incorporate certain ones. And again, I think I'll let them show you what they've got on the boards and point out those cabins that are included in the different phases. And then breaking out the incentives for those 2 phases, with phase 1, where they basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they'd be putting 5 buildings on the register. They would request 3 TDRs and additional square feet for the Delano residents, 1,750 square feet. And then they would come back with a phase 2 application designating additional cabins to the register and requesting 5 TDRs in association with that phase. Again, we've had numerous discussions, and Susanna and I did go out on a site visit and visit all of the cabins up in Lanedo. And Susanna is obviously supportive of this, but does, this is a bit different than a lot of the other applications we've seen where there are 1 or 2 historic resources on a property, and we're looking at what incentives are appropriate to give based on that. This is a lot more complicated because there are a lot more structures, there are different eras we're talking about. And really, in looking at it, Susanna has said basically Lanedo as a whole is more important than the individual buildings that make up the whole. So whereas certain of these resources could be individually eligible, mostly they're all important in the context of the history of the area as opposed to tagged to one individual building and its importance. So she has talked about the importance of probably trying to create a local historic district that would include all of those buildings. And I think Susanna can probably speak more to that in terms of what that process looks like with the state. And I think in her comments she said that the district in itself doesn't have any regulatory effect, but it helps bring together the context of the whole history of the era and the importance of each of the buildings to the district as opposed to their individual significance. So that's the very brief summary of the discussion for today. Again, the applicants have brought some materials that I think they can show you and point out some of the specific resources we're talking about. And obviously Susanna is here too to elaborate if you have questions.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Pratt. I am a planner working with a series of landowners from the Lanedo 6. And I'll just introduce folks if that's okay. Doug Carpenter is here. He's part of Lanedo 6. Gaylord Gwynnon is here. Daniel Delano is here, and Steve Novey's an architect that we've been working with as well. So Part of my presentation, I'm not going to go through all the details of the packet that you've received. Certainly, if you have questions about it, there's lots of detail in there. I guess bottom line is that these folks as applicants really do support the preservation of the historic town site of Lanedo. So what we're here to find out from you is, do we have Board of County Commissioner support for a preservation program at the town site? We've prepared an architectural inventory. That's kind of a first step in that process. Is there support for the designation of a historic district at the town site of Lanedo? Is there support for incentives to encourage that preservation? More specifically, if you're willing to go there, is there support for the incentive packages that we've put together in 2 phases? And I can talk about that in a second. And then lastly, some clarification that should we, kind of get that feedback from the board and choose to move ahead, we do support the designation of a historic district at the town site of Lanedo, but we want to make sure that we would be able to come in and work with with Pitkin County at the same time we're working with the state for that designation. So it's something that we want to make sure if it takes. I haven't done it. Susanna Reed has done it. I don't know how long it takes to work with the state to designate something as a historic district, but we want to make sure that we would be able to come in kind of with a phase 1 package and work with the state on that historic designation as well. So with that, those are kind of the things we're looking for feedback. Certainly you can give us any feedback you want, obviously, but we would really like your read on the incentive program that we've talked about and the value of historic preservation. Just as a quick background, the maps that I've put together, and I've kind of set them up here, I've tried to color code things so that you guys can kind of glance at where things are at in Lanedo. All of the yellow, the color designations on the matrix itself kind of designate phasing for the project. We have a phase 1 approach to this project in terms of preservation and a phase 2. So the phase 1 is in yellow, the phase 2 is in green. As Suzanne said, we have 3 different eras of kind of historical eras in Lanedo. We have the mining era, and I'll just point out that the orange circles on this map are really representative of the mining era cabin structures that are still up there. The blue structures designated on that map are really represent the sawmill era. The magenta color actually represents, we call it the hippie era. After the mining era shut down, the sawmill era took over, the sawmill era shut down. There are a series of folks who stayed in Lanedo, and they kind of added on ramshackle kind of additions to their properties and kind of continued to live up there even though there wasn't kind of a source of employment anymore. And so the magenta kind of highlights on that. Some of those additions were made to mining era structures, some of them were made to sawmill era structures. I can go into the high points of each of those eras if you want me to. Just for context, I think I've included all of that in the information that I've given to you. It's really up to you how much detail you want me to go into without kind of sitting here and reading everything back to you that you've seen. So the mining era, I'll just make a couple of points here. The mining era really is represented by an era from 1881 to 1917. So that was when the first mines were established. A.J. Varney kind of opened the first mines up in Lanedo. There's a little history here about how that happened, how the town site evolved. It was originally called the town site of Varney. How access was kind of made up the valley to the town site. Kind of how things proceeded from 1881 to 1971 through the establishment of the mining era and the decline of the mining era. So that's kind of the mining era piece that I gave you kind of the bullet points on. Just so you know, as background, before we even came to Suzanne for a pre-application conference where we decided to have a work session first, we actually put this document together, which is really kind of a summary of all of the architectural inventory forms that the state requires for putting on the state designations and that the county uses to evaluate evaluate the architectural inventory in a place. So This actually has a narrative in it, which Daniel wrote, which is really, really good. I stole all my stuff from him. So at some point, Suzanne has it in her office. If you'd like some good reading material, it's actually a really nice, kind of longer version of this, if you'd like to read through it. But the mining era occurred from 1881 to 1917. The sawmill era was then started from 1937 to 1974. Kind of our initial look at the mining era is that there were lots of whole log structure, not lots of, there were whole log structures. Architecture was really characterized by whole log structures, simple rectangular floor plans, steeper roof pitches. So you can kind of see some of that vernacular kind of in the pictures up here. Those were some of the mining era structures. The sawmill era structures, really, some of them were added on. The mining era structures were added onto. It was kind of sawmill products, planks and boards that were added onto structures, new structures that were built more out of planks and boards and sided with planks and boards. So you can kind of see some of that vernacular going on up here. And that era was from 37 to 74. Now what we call the hippie era, the best hippie era example is the Strauss cabin. This is a yin-yang over the bay window right here. It's just a funky, it's got this pyramid foyer. I kind of like it. Michael, I know that in other historic discussions we've had, you've always discussed the fact that the additions make up as much about the history of a structure as maybe the original structure does itself. Well, some of these structures have things that are, they're really interesting. They do look a little ramshackle, but it's just a curious pieces of architecture that have been added on up there. And that's really a good example of what happened to some of the structures back in the 70s. So it's pretty unique. It could actually be it's a combination of sawmill era and some mining era and some hippie era structures. So it is a different approach to preservation because it's not just preserving one structure from one era. We originally came in with more of an approach like that, and the county, your staff asked us to go back out and really look at everything. So that's what we've done. That's what we've done here. So we've kind of talked about the history of Lanedo. Lanedo today is that Lanedo still exists as it did a long time ago with a lot of small structures, and the character of Lanedo is still much as it had been all the way back in the 70s and prior to that. Then we've talked about Lanedo tomorrow, and that is if we can designate a historic district in Lanedo, provide some incentives to put structures on the Historic Preservation Register. This is really as much about a master plan for the future of Lanedo as it is preservation and incentives. It gives the county a picture of what's going to happen in the future at the town site of Lanedo. It gives the owners a picture of what's going to happen within the town site. And hopefully it gives the owners some incentives to be able to pursue that vision for the town site of Lanedo. So it's kind of a rambling discussion, but that's kind of our summary of where we are and where we want to be.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask one question for some clarification. There was some land that was conserved and mining reclamation done over the past few years. Is there any sort of overlay, or where does that relate on this map?
Well, I think there may be two things there. There's a conservation easement with AVLT that I think we've talked about before when Daniel was in front of you, that is on the Lanedo 6 property. None of the cabins are within the conservation easement. Is that a correct statement? I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's correct. So that basically goes up from the town site we're talking about up into into the sloped areas. The reclamation areas. I guess Daniel can probably best.
Yeah, and you'll have to use the microphone. I'm really sorry for that, but we're not in our regular room.
The mine reclamation is just behind the Varney cabin, which is number 21. Just below 21 on this map is where the reclamation, that was about 7-8 acres of mine reclamation we did.
Okay, and there were no structures that were historically designated as part of either of those two activities? No, it was just, but some were rebuilt and kind of salvaged. I mean, I'm trying to look at like the schoolhouse and some of these.
We have done the beginning of salvage of a number of the cabins up there, yeah.
Okay, without incentive, so I just kind of want to get a sense of what's been surrounding this.
On the state historical registry, which is on the chart. All of them have state ID number.
Okay, what is it, Doug, if you
The
could.
state came up in 1999 and began to do an inventory of Lanedo, and they included, I think, 9 of these or 8 of these structures, including the Varney cabin, Gaylord's cabin, Doug Carpenter's cabin. So on the map that Doug made, it has the state historic inventory number where the state.
Oh, okay, I see the state ID numbers are on there.
That's the survey that we had done, and maybe Susanna can explain better the background on that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, right, you need this. So the survey was done in '99 and covered most of Pitkin County, and these buildings were included in that. It doesn't mean that there's any designation associated with these properties. They were just looked at and evaluated at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne's here.
Yeah, please, and identify yourself for the record, please, Suzanne.
Susanna Reed.
Okay.
Were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Please go ahead, and then I think Michael is next.
Suzanne, tell me or tell us, when a state decides to designate a historic district, what does that mean for that area? Are there, what sort of is included in that, and do they provide any dollars to help preserve it?
It's basically recognition. There isn't any regulatory effect. There is the possibility of state historic tax credits, which allows homeowners to do approved improvements on their properties and receive tax credits up to a certain amount of money over a certain number of years, and it's actually a really nice benefit. And because the county isn't a certified local government, we don't have the ability to do that on the county level right now. But if something is designated to the state register, then people would be able to take advantage of that.
So then, the only place in the county currently that has historic designation like that would be Redstone, the town site of Redstone?
Yeah. City of Aspen.
The castle, and I think that's it. There might be a couple of other handful of things that are on the state register, but not.
I mean, just as an entire district.
Yes, Redstone's the only other one.
And so the residents in Redstone, they have been able to take advantage of some state historical tax benefits?
They could. I don't know that anyone has.
Okay. And then within Redstone, just in the past, have we, if you have a historic district, then do you also have the opportunity to separate an individual property for additional historic designation or preservation through some sort of county incentives? Have we done that before?
Well, within Redstone, because that's our only district, there are individual buildings that are listed on the National Register that are in the district, whereas there are a number of other buildings that are not listed on any register except our local one. So I think that's what you're asking me. So there was, in a district, not everything necessarily has to be historic or recognized as having significance.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get sort of the big picture in terms of one of the recommendations is to look at designating the entire area of Lanedo as an historic district. And if that were to occur, then my question would be, then can an individual property owner who may be part of the historic district come to the county for some further designation and thus some incentives?
That could happen. I think what we were trying to do here was to try to understand the whole thing and understand which buildings within the district might be historically significant and therefore eligible in the county for benefits, and not have it be kind of open-ended.
So that was the goal in trying to put together an understanding of this district, and then ultimately which buildings in the district contribute and which ones don't, which ones may be eligible for a higher level of recognition and which ones aren't, to kind of bring it as a whole package, even if the designation was going to happen all at once.
And then last question, around the state, would you say that those areas that have been given historic designation as an entity, do they end up seeing more visitation by people who wish to visit some of these places?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Michael?
Susanna, so the suggestion is to call the whole place a historic district?
Yes.
And then what does that do? Tell me what that does.
Well, it basically gives us the ability to say, here's a boundary, this is why this area is important, and understand each building within that area as to whether it contributes to the importance of that historic trend or it doesn't. So instead of looking at each one of these buildings individually and trying to decide if they're historically significant, it seemed to me better to go the route of kind of defining the whole and then determining if each part, how much each part contributed to that whole, instead of having you look at it all piece by piece. So that was the goal.
So this county has the ability to just declare a historic district?
Yeah.
It does.
It would be a locally designated historic district.
A locally designated historic district. And we've done that in Redstone?
Mm-hmm.
And how has Redstone used that designation?
Redstone's a little bit unique because they were formed kind of before any of the rest of the county had any real historic preservation program. So in terms of Redstone, everything that's in the district is actually involuntarily designated. So all of the homeowners on the boulevard and on the side streets need to go through a design review process if they want to change or add on to their buildings. Any new construction has to go through a design review process. But that's unique to Redstone. Everywhere else in the county, everything is voluntary.
So if we had a historic designation in Lanedo, would that follow the same designations that we have in Redstone? Would everybody have to have a historic approval before they made a...
It doesn't have to be that way. And
doesn't have to be, or it could be that way?
Well, what we've said here is that it could be that way, yes. And once these buildings come in and receive benefits, then they would be designated and have to go through that design review process. But we haven't said that everyone, either it's all or nothing. In this case, we've said, we could, or the suggestion is that we could look at groups of buildings and bring them in kind of a master plan, sort of phased program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, that's good for now.
Other questions?
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
If nobody else has.
Yeah, and then go to Jack.
So we declare, this is hypothetical, if we declare the Lanedo Townside a historical district, then there's a possibility, but isn't there a possibility anyway of coming in with those buildings and designating them historic? So what is the key point? I'm still trying to find the key reason for a historic district. I mean, it seems to me, if a historic district, the advantage would be, to at least the county, is that the entire area has to be regulated on a historical basis.
Right.
That would be the advantage to the county. The county would want to preserve the entire area for historical preservation purposes.
And I think that gets at where I was coming from initially, was that it was hard for me to look at some of these buildings as individuals and see their historic significance. But certainly when you get them all together, then they all rise to another level of importance.
and I think become more eligible for the benefits that are available.
Right, because we all of a sudden have an historical context and then an historical narrative within that
Right.
context. So there's the early era, the mid-era, the late era.
Whereas
And-
by themselves, they don't have the strength.
Right, they don't have a connection to any one of those or an evolution from any one of
Right.
those. So that's the advantage to the county then.
Yeah.
So then, if you let me
Yeah, please.
continue. So the applicant's asking for, this is probably for Doug, for TDRs. But you're not asking for TDRs based on the historic district, are you?
No. What would happen is if the historic district, and again, Susanna might have to correct me, but this is my understanding, so this will be a good test to see if we all understand this thing. My understanding is that we come in and make an application to the state for a historic district.
To the state or to the county?
It's actually a state historic district, correct?
Well, it can be one or the other or both.
Okay. But the state district is what provides tax incentives, so that's one thing, I guess we would have to decide. Is it a state historic district or a county historic district?
Well, could it be both?
So our intent would then be within the district to put a phase one package together, which kind of involves the pieces that I've outlined in this phasing diagram, and come in with a phase one package that kind of would designate those structures in phase one to the Pitkin County Historic Register, which is different than the historic district, for incentives. And it's at that time that we would be requesting the incentive packages in a phase one package and a phase two package. So it wouldn't be until that is presented to you and goes through your review process that we would be getting any kind of incentive. The historic district would be a voluntary type of thing to go ahead and start that process to put it on a historic district.
So in the phase one package, as you put it, there's 3 TDRs, is that right?
That's correct.
And 1,750 square feet of additional?
Of additional floor area. Actually, it's actually to Daniel Delano's house. It's not actually to the one of the cabins. It's to a residence that is within this district.
It's within the district. So how does additional square footage in a TDR differ? I mean, what is that? What is that?
Well, the set of packages, as I understand them, you can request a variety of incentives. Additional floor area could be one of them. Suzanne, is that appropriating TDRs can be one of the incentives that the county can grant. So that is what we're requesting is 1,750 in floor area to an existing residence up there and 3 TDRs in exchange for the preservation of those first items in yellow that are designated on that matrix.
And that's the Kefauver cabin, the Carpenter cabin, the Flogus cabin, the Lanedo schoolhouse, and the Flogus sawmill offices. Is that right?
That's correct. And just so you know, that involves numerous individuals. These TDRs and floor area aren't all going to one entity. It's really Doug Carpenter and Gaylord Gwennon and Daniel for additional floor area, and Last Chance 2 is the entity that owns the schoolhouse. So it actually involves, there's numerous layers to this application. Ownership is one, phasing is one, historical errors are another. So we're trying to kind of combine this all together so it makes sense. But it's not just one owner coming in and asking for all of that. It's a series of owners who are all coming in as a group to look at the bigger picture of Lanedo and do it together on a kind of a mutual basis.
So one TDR for Gaylord, one TDR for Doug Carpenter, one TDR for Last Chance, and the 1,750 square feet for myself.
So, Doug, let me continue. So, in the historical district designation, do you have to have all the owners participate in that? How do you designate an entire town site based on what seems to be not all the owners here?
I think our attempt has been to try and include all of the owners. There are some owners, obviously the ones in white on this matrix that aren't included in this application. But their residences do have historical significance, and potentially would be within the district. And I think, Susanna, we would have to probably work with the group as an entity, individuals who all want to be involved in this district. to really see everybody on board. Right now, none of these folks, the people in the matrix who are not highlighted in yellow or green in terms of phases have really not expressed an interest to move forward to Pitkin County to put their properties on the historic register in exchange for incentives. They have not expressed a desire to do that. We really haven't gone back to that whole group to talk about the historic district and what that might mean for them in the future. To me, there's some value, even if they're not interested in moving forward, to include them in the district, so that at some point it's understood that there is value. If they are in the district, they can look at their properties and understand what the value of their properties might be within the historic district.
So one of the hallmarks of the county historical program is that it's essentially voluntary, and so it'd be this district question then is a little more clouded, say.
Right.
So I don't know how to resolve that question.
And that's secondary to our application. That was Susanna's suggestion to apply, to begin the historic district process in sync with phase one of the preservation of these 5 initial structures. That it's separate from our phase one application. It wouldn't be part of our application to you in phase one.
Right. Well, but Daniel, what Susanna said is that it helps her create a context for these historical designations, so we don't sort of take one and reject another, and why did you reject that, or why did you add that? And so it gives a context. I mean, in terms of application.
No question, it helps out, but we've not been random in choice of these 5 structures. This is the core of Lanedo, at least 3 of the structures. The schoolhouse, the residence of Jack Flogus, who was the founder and ran the sawmill up there for 40 years. That's Gaylor's house. And the sawmill office, which is the last remnant of the sawmill operation. Those 3 are in close proximity, right downtown Lanedo. That's where, if you drive up there, there's the sign, "Welcome to Lanedo," which Gaylord put up years ago. That's where on Gaylord's house, there's still a plaque, WPA, for the Western Wood Workers, Western Wood Products Association, the plaque that was up there in the sawmill days. And then Doug Carpenter's cabin is an example of what was the sawmill employee housing. Doug has lived there for 34 years, and he would like to see it preserved as he has preserved it. And the Kefauver cabin down by my place is another example of employee housing in the sawmill era. It's just, I think, also worth preserving. So what we're saying right now is we would register those with the county, meaning they could not be torn down, replaced with other structures going into the future.
Okay, we have to move on to a few more questions, but I'm sure you can weave your answers in. Jack was up next, and then George.
Yeah, I'd like to, I guess, ask a few threshold questions, starting with occupancy. Instead of supposition, speculation by myself, which one of these are not occupied? I assume
the Melody probably isn't occupied.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
Can
one.
we, can you identify them? Just go down your pictures? Or it's the same list?
It is the same list,
Yeah.
yes.
I wonder what the relevance of that is.
Why don't you let me ask the questions, okay, honestly? I have the whole concept in my head. I went through with this board through the whole historic designation incentive program. We built it over a year or two, and everyone has their own particular viewpoint of how it should be applicable. Okay? So if you wouldn't mind, could we just proceed and say not?
I can do that.
You know, otherwise I'll just surmise and we'll move on to my second question.
No, we can do that, Jack.
Okay.
That's fine.
Start from 21 backwards. Barney, not. Dahl, not. Cahill, not. Hawthorne, not. Melody, not. Ehrlich, not. Strauss, not.
Okay, and Liccardi, is that
Number 14.
occupied?
That was this summer, yeah.
Excuse
That
me.
was occupied this summer. It's not
Okay,
today.
yeah, good. Suzanne, what is the zoning? Is this Suzanne Wolf? Not Susanna. Is this rural and remote zoning?
No, it's not down along the road there. It's RS-20.
Okay. Susanna, is the hippie era considered a true historic time period?
Well, I
I'd say
think what we did basically was look and see what trends we could identify, and the hippie era was one that we were able to identify based on the architecture. It doesn't mean that it has enough significance to be formally recognized, but when you're going through a process like this, it's just important to sort of identify all the trends.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hip, that's when I came here, you know. I even had hair then, so what can you say? As far as the program presented, now this is a concept, we're not going to make any commitments, but we're here to ask questions. Is the last chance parcel in total going to be considered as part of this district? I don't even know how, I don't even know how big the parcel is, but is it in total going to be?
Yeah, I believe it would be. I mean, the State Historic District would include, I assume, all of Lanado.
Okay, all of Lanado. So, what is meant by the statement, last chance number 2 incorporated in conjunction with phase 2 historic incentive application will propose to limit the size of additional residential development on the 92-acre last chance parcel. So by my question, I'm not asking for a commitment or everything, but what does that statement, how are we to take it? Just,
Jack, 2 or 3 years from now, Frank Peter and I, who own the last chance, would probably have an idea what our long-term goals are for that property. And we are preservation purchasers of that 92 acres. We did a line reclamation on part of it. We have started to at least make sure that some of the historic structures have not fallen down. We did work on the Varney cabin and others. So we don't personally know at this point what we might want to do with the property. We don't see ourselves as developing the property with 6,000 square foot homes, but we don't know. So at the time we do phase 2, we would probably outline, maybe do activity envelope for 1 or 2 new, but but cabin-sized structures on that property.
Okay, and that parcel, last chance number 2, because I'm just not sure my acre, what is the acreage of that? Is it 40 acres or?
No, it's 92.
Oh, 92, okay, good. So, because that gives me an idea of zoning, and where we're headed there. So, I understand the concept of TDRs. I was fortunate enough to be on the P&Z that invented them. Locally applied them. Daniel, how do you justify asking for 1,750 square feet as an incentive? Where do you come from? How do you get there?
Well, it's an alternative to TDR. I think it's equivalent to 2/3 of the TDR, but last summer I came in with an application for site review. That application was approved administratively, and there was a dispute over whether that square footage could be allowed because I own the property with 5 other individuals, and 1,750 as a number comes from the same design that was reviewed by the Woody Creek Caucus for site plane from the Woody Creek Road, the scenic corridor review, and that's where the number comes from.
Suzanne, do we have a square footage value per TDR?
When a TDR is used on a receiver site, it's 2,500 square feet.
Okay, because that's, I think, what Daniel was referring to. Okay, that's it for the moment, Rachel. Hopefully others.
George, and then
I want to go back to this conversation about the historic district. I understand this was Suzanne's idea, not necessarily coming from Lanedo, but it seems like if that were to occur, it seems like you'd want to have all the residents, owners in Lanedo be in favor of that, because if just a few were not in favor of it, then that would change the whole dynamics of that, not only the historic district, but what someone may or may not be allowed to do on their own personal property.
Right. That's kind of how we got to the district being thought of as a non-regulatory entity. So the district was really just an issue of recognition and understanding how each building contributed to the district. And then the second step is when buildings come in for designation to the register and ask for incentives, then we have a mechanism to review those individuals based on, I guess, the value of the whole. And so my feeling was that we could get everyone's buy-in for the district, not because there wasn't going to be any regulation associated with that. It doesn't prevent them then from tearing something down or from making alterations. It's just a recognition.
So based on that, it seems like it loses much of its value. If Daniel wants to preserve his space, but Sam over here says, no, I'm just going to tear mine down and build a new home, it offsets a whole purpose of a historic district then, in my mind.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
But I wanted to give you guys the best information that I could and how to approach this, because it is a challenging problem.
Yeah, that's a challenge right there. TDRs in the past have been given for those property owners who are willing to not only designate their home as historic, but as part of that process, committing that they won't tear it down, there won't be a tear down and rebuild, it's going to be preserved.
That's right.
Yeah, and in addition, sometimes TDRs are also given for those properties to allow the opportunity for an owner to actually restore
Yes.
a property. So it could be both, it could be one or the other, just depending on
Yeah.
where the applicant is at the time.
Well, and the incentives are totally discretionary on your part. So I think that's been part of the number of the applications we've seen has been sort of part of the package that came forward to you was whether or not they were committing to, complete restoration, just stabilization, all those different pieces of how they were going to preserve the buildings, I think comes into play for you in considering what incentives to grant as part of that package.
And then I remember, Daniel, when you did come in several months ago, we had this discussion about your request in terms of the additional square footage, and the dilemma that we came up with was because you were just one of 6 property owners, what would prevent each property owner from coming in with the same request, and then you'd have quite a bit additional FAR within that confine of common ownership. I remember we had that conversation. That's where we sent you back out to try to come back with some ideas of how
Well,
to...
this is me coming back because I could have come back with the TDR. This is a different approach. Under that review and approval, I could come back with the TDR. This is a different way of coming back.
So, because it's a joint ownership, would that mean then each of the other additional owners would be also entitled to either the additional FAR or a TDR as well?
I would say nobody's entitled. I mean, I think what Daniel's saying with the TDR is he would be coming in with a special review request to be a TDR receiver site. I think that the issue that we were dealing with last year was because there are 6 owners and 6 different residences, and I don't think we ever quite established how much square footage existing out there. Part of the issue is our 15,000 square foot cap on one parcel of land, even though it has multiple residences on it. So I think, there were several discussions at the time. One was, is there a way for them to subdivide around the cabins, get separate parcels that would be eligible for more square footage unto themselves, say 5,750 per parcel, which implicated the conservation easement. Anyway, there have been, I think, lots of discussions and lots of difficulties in trying to come to some agreement with that. But those are all some of the issues in terms of anyone up there coming in for more square footage that has to be resolved in terms of where the square footage goes. Can the other cabin owners come in and ask for more? Are they, as I guess part of this type of application, committing that designated cabins are not going to request additional square footage in the future, but that leaves other ones, could they come back and ask for, So I think that's all part of why we say this is pretty complicated, and I don't know that we have all the answers to that at this point. But it is definitely made more difficult by the 6-person ownership or 6-party ownership of that one Linedo 6 parcel. And even if I think they're coming in with this type of application with Phase 1, where there are only certain of those cabins coming in, there are still other owners on that property that I think have to at least consent to them bringing that application forward. And then, we have to figure out what the implication is down the line.
And that would be the same case whether they're coming in for additional FAR or a TDR. You'd have the same
Right.
issue.
I mean, it's the same as any
Same
application
issue.
we get, that owners have to consent, whoever's
What we're coming in for is TDRs for preservation, restoration of 5 structures, and it is 4 applicants: myself, Gaylord Gwennon, Doug Carpenter, and Last Chance. So Doug Carpenter's cabin would be registered with the county, and that could not be torn down after this registration. The same with Gaylord's, the same with the Keyforfer cabin, the schoolhouse, and the Sawmill office. Right now, all those could be torn down and replaced.
No, I understand, and I support that idea in terms of being able to offer an incentive like a TDR to designate that property building as historic and ensuring that that property will not only remain intact, but be restored and prevented from any further deterioration. And ideally, I understand where Susanna's idea coming in terms of a historic district, but for me, it seems like the only way for that to really work is you'd have to have 100% buy-in from all the landowners there. If that were to happen, that would be great, but if there was a few who were not interested, then I think that could pose a problem. This one unique parcel where you have 6 owners, that's a little more of a dilemma, unless, again, all 6 agreed jointly that they would preserve the building on that site as it is, not allow further building or limit the TDR. Somehow that's a separate issue that I know we've struggled with in the past, but that's sort of aside from some of these other points. So I'm trying to give you where I'm at in terms of what I'm supporting now and where I have a problem with for later on.
I have a question. Do you mean that unless all 6 of the Lanedo 6 agree to preserve the cabins, that it's better not to preserve anything?
No, no. What I'm saying is that you don't have 6 cabins on that one parcel, do you? Have 6 different cabins? You do.
And it's like, at this point, I would look at it, we have individual control and ownership of our improvements. Like when I got a building permit years ago to build my house, that building permit is to me. I don't need permission from anyone else, from Doug or Gaylord or anyone, to get a building permit and make a change in my house, and the same for all of us. So at this point, Doug, Gaylord and I are willing to agree to the preservation, meaning that will never be torn down. We can't speak for the other 3 of the group. In fact, if that was the requirement, the board will just say, we'll forget it because it's not going to happen.
No, I guess what I'm trying to, maybe I wasn't clear. What I was supporting, what I'm saying I'm supporting is the idea of an incentive, like a TDR, for the preservation designation of the property. Where it comes into sort of an issue with me is that joint property ownership when it comes into the idea of FAR, because that was a discussion we had several months ago. But for each building that is on site there, for those who are willing to designate and preserve and protect, then I could support the idea of a TDR. Different than the FAR extension, because that really becomes a whole can of worms. Anyway, those are my comments.
Yeah, we need to keep going down the board and hopefully clarify as we go along. But Rob, you're up next.
Suzanne, can you explain to me the baseline on preservation of a historic property? Because I've heard we're not going to tear down the building as you know, a protection of it, but I don't want them all to end up like the Melody cabin, you know. So what is, and I know you said partially that this is part of the application process, but I think this is an important part of the application process in the sense that we want to make sure that these are restored and maintained going forward a long time, and just not tearing it down, as the applicant said, is not exactly what we're looking for.
Usually when we craft the final deed restriction that enacts the historic designation, we include language like that either requires something to be stabilized if that's appropriate, restored if that's appropriate, kind of detail all of the steps that need to be taken to preserve it so that it, you know, keeps its value relative to the benefit.
And if there's financial hardship of the owners and they're not able to do that, then what happens?
That's not something that we've encountered in the past, but you know, that would certainly be an issue, and I'm sure that there are elements of the deed restriction that speak to that. I don't know off the top
I
of
mean,
my
they're
head.
getting a
That's okay.
financial windfall of the
Right.
TDR, so, there's nothing that's, bonded to hold, part of that to maintain the property or something like that, because that would be part of the benefit of getting a TDR, is assuring the stability of that building going forward for our grandchildren to appreciate. Another question that I have is the state historic registry that some of these are on. How is it that those are already protected and
They're not.
they're not protected?
No,
so,
and they're not on the state register. They've just been surveyed.
so they've been surveyed. So there's really no protection
There's
from
no
those
protection.
being torn down or
No.
anything like that.
Can I weigh in a little bit, and then we'll go back around? I would find it really helpful if we had an overlay of the Lanedo 6 property and ownership on this map, so we can start to, we have, in my mind, some layers of complexity here to try to work through. To Rob's last question, I guess part of it is if someone has designated their house and then they don't use the TDR, and it does start to fall down, at some point when that owner goes to sell the property, they're selling it with a deed restriction in place. And so the new owner wouldn't be able to come in and say, well, it fell down, I want to scrape it, build a new house here. So in terms of someone protecting their own asset and value for its eventual sale, they're going to have to comply with that deed restriction. So that I think is one of the reliance hammers that we have. But I, again, need to sort through these layers of complexity a little further. If these TDRs were granted, would they be allowed to land on the site and then each one create a new 5750 home or be another 2,500 onto each cabin? Or are we proposing this in such a way that those TDRs must be sold off-site?
Usually when TDRs are created, there isn't an associated
direction.
restriction for that. So they presumably go out on the market if, someone, it would be a separate application process for someone in Lanedo to come in and ask to be a TDR receiver site.
Okay.
So that may or may not, be a part of this. At this point, that's not what they're talking about. They're not saying landing them up here.
Okay, because I know it's different, but it's similar to George's concern, and that's where, I also would think that, to really offer valuable insight, a site visit would be appropriate, so we can take a look at it. I mean, I just remember the application a little bit from a year or so ago, Daniel, and it was, the concern was that 1,600 square foot in your house would perhaps set a precedent that each of the other 5 owners were entitled to something similar, that many of them were very close to the road, would be constricted or close to each other, that they could really bump into each other. And how do you develop equity between the 6 owners? Is it just the first guy in the gate with an application gets approved for something and then the others don't? And so I really, again, maybe need to revisit or refresh myself on what we had thought, how we could sort through some of that. I have similar concerns about it being a non-regulatory district. Just, it seems like if it's non-regulatory, are you still eligible for the state incentives of being a state district?
Yes.
But again, it just seems, why would you allow these incentives to accrue when additions could be done in any sort of postmodern design or totally obliterate or hide the original cabin? I just don't understand that.
Well, they would have to go through a design review at the state level.
At the state level?
Right.
So it is regulatory?
Yes.
Okay, well.
But it's to get that tax.
To get the tax exemption.
It's not regulatory. To get the tax exemption, it becomes regulatory. To qualify for the tax exemption, it has to be in the district, which is non-regulatory.
Okay.
Am I saying that right?
Okay.
So there is
helps.
another layer to
that
make
helps.
it regulatory.
That was the other thing I was kind of going to ask for. Maybe this is more of a staff-driven research paper, not as specific to you, but to create some visuals of here's a state district overlay, here's our inventory, the difference between being inventoried and being in a district and being listed on the register, but we need to kind of be able to look at those various filters to see how far down and make sure we're all
clear and speaking the same language about the channels. I would share some concern about how the TDRs are invested in the properties or not, although, clearly our program has been set up that you could take the TDR and sell it and use it to put your kids through college, and then we hope that you fulfill those other requirements. The default is you may have a hard time selling your property because it's got this restriction on it, but if the community loses at the end of the day and the historic structure is not saved, and, some of these have been, really fortified quite well, and others, less so, and, we may need a conversation about whether TDRs and additional growth in different areas are valuable for saving something like the Melody Cabin, which is now really totally fallen down. So I would, I just have some curiosity about that. I mean, in general, I don't know anyone who's been up there doesn't have a dear spot in their heart for the Lanedo area and the people who've kind of persevered up there and lived through some long and hard winters and a lot of snow on the road and deal with all the other issues that we know kind of surround the community. And in looking at it, I think that it's something maybe, again, this would be staff work that would help us make our decision. But I'm looking back and thinking, well, there's been some single-family homes that received one home, maybe 2 or 3 TDRs to help with the costs of the preservation. Others where it's just 1 TDR for one set of buildings, and kind of a range to know what have been allocated in the past, so that we're being equitable. We're not going out of bounds with, again, it's not specific to this property, but in other areas we've seen a traditional farm or ranch, and there's a number of buildings on it that we'd like to see preserved, whether it's a historic potato cellar and the historic barn and the historic cabin and some other type of outbuilding. And we've been very cautious to not say that it's 1 TDR per structure. That's not how it plays out. And we need to make sure the totality of all property is aggregated, and as opposed to trying to come back one at a time for one more bite of the apple for new incentives. It is a kind of a one-time at the incentives, not a TDR now and I'd like a lot split later type of thing. And so it again kind of brings back to me that I need to just see these different layers to make sure I'm not walking down the path I don't want to about what are the other development potentials in the area. I mean, this just can't be a piecemealed application. It has to be cohesive, not quite a master plan. Maybe that was a little bit of your thinking with the historic district, but at some level it just needs to be part of a cohesive plan, or at the very least we need to understand if there's going to be 3 building sites with 5750 homes, or do we have an ability for a potentially smaller zoning there, similar to rural and remote, or anything like that that will keep the neighborhood compatible. So those are kind of my broader thoughts on this. But again, I, like others, would like to see something that we can do to preserve it. We had a lot of debate on the board about whether the Historic Preservation Code should be incentive only, or should it be more mandatory, more regulatory. The board came down in favor of incentive only. I think the incentive package is pretty generous in the type of opportunities we offer. But I've always asked, and every time one of these comes in, it still leaves me a question mark. Well, how many more are out there? How many potential TDRs are out there for historic cabins or historic ranching buildings and things like this? And it's a huge part of our history, and we deserve to put a lot towards its preservation. But at the same time, we all know that that growth goes somewhere else. Every TDR is 5750, actually boosting some home up to 10,000 or 15,000 square feet. And it's our only tool that we have also for land preservation for lots that are inappropriate for development. And so, how do you maintain the value of the TDR program, the integrity of it, and also, not negatively impact other neighborhoods with the landing of all those TDRs. So I need to see that balance of how have we rewarded other properties in the past, and what type of potential utilization of the program could we see over the next 15 or 20 years if the properties that Picken County and the state has inventoried, all seek similar incentives. Okay, those are my comments for now. We'll go back for a second go around and move on to the next. Jack first, then Michael.
Yeah, I'll
right
try
down
to
the
be
line.
brief since time is of the essence. Susanna, or Suzanne, how does the conservation easement, the AVLT piece, fit within a historic district? Was that a restrictive conservation easement where no new development could happen, or?
My understanding, no, it restricts the majority of the property. How many acres are in? It's 224 acres, but what is it, 20 maybe outside? 216 are under the easement, basically restricted as open space, and then they left essentially the corridor along the road.
Well, as I stated earlier, one of the, I was part of the team that helped create this on both sides of the table here, staff and the board. And I have problems with incentives that we use incentives, but then other things happen which might not be, say, off-site that good. Rachel already mentioned the potential of extra square footage in other areas, etc. Susanna, have you talked to the applicant, any representatives of the applicant, about possible access as a public benefit to any of this historic? Because what I'm having a concern about is this is in, the distant part of the county, very tough at especially part of the year. And I'm trying to figure out, I'm measuring, well, there's a public benefit according to our code with the historic preservation component, and then there's this private benefit. But it seems kind of loosey-goosey here. What are we talking about? Could they, in fact, build more square footage? Concept of a district, and it has value as a historic area, to me, says that it should be preserved in a historic sense. And we shouldn't have new development there. And then there's potential for some, unknown, of course. And then Daniel's 1,750 square feet. Well, what does that mean? Okay, well, we try to do a addition to a home in the same texture and context of the historic structure, but it's changed. 1,700 square feet might be as big as 3 of these cabins or more. Mm-hmm. So we've got a lot of yin and yang here, and that public access, to me, that's one of the lackings in our code. I mean, we've done several of these throughout the county, and it's like, or even a proposal a couple weeks ago, well, we'll put a plaque on a trail. Well, yeah, great. I read it once, and I bike by it every time, often, and say, oh yeah, good. But what's its intrinsic public benefit? I'm having a hard time with that. So, to me, this application has way more questions than answers. The concept might be good, meaning a historic district, but if anything gets done in there other than restoration, stabilization, etc., I'm starting to lose support, because it changes the whole concept of what Lanedo is. And it is a unique environment, and we appreciate it for all that it is and those who live there. But once you start the program of development of any sort, we're changing the character.
Michael?
I support Lanedo being preserved, but this also implies some development there, and I'm having trouble with that, with preservation and development, particularly in the large community sense. We have other other areas, the former Henley property, which has an original homestead on it, and it has a ranch house on it, and now it has a fairly large modern house on it. But that's a discrete, that's one property, and defined, really. And I can live with that narrative. But this is more complicated, and I'm having trouble. First of all, I'm having a great deal of trouble seeing the historic district come first. I think actually preservation and then growth of preservation within this area would then dictate a historic designation. But the landing of the TDRs in Lanedo, very problematical because of a number of things. First of all, the changing character of Lanedo, and then Lanedo has characteristics which are remoteness, difficulty to get to, and that seems to me at the Lanedo, most of all maybe, at the far end of the spectrum of suitable development areas. So those are my comments.
Okay. George or Rob, anything else to weigh in with?
Yeah, I'll just say that I agree with Michael and Randy and the TDRs from Lanedo. To me, is a little problematic. The biggest thing that I would like to see based on the preservation of these designation and preservation and what the preservation means. I think that would be a big factor in my decision-making process as to the level of benefit given to the actual historic designation would be the plan going forward of preservation of these. And as Jack said, some sort of benefit for the community to view, visit, those sorts of things, even on a limited basis.
Thank you. I know this might not have been as much direction as you wanted, but you've had more time to look at it than we have, and look at it in depth, kind of live it and breathe it every day for that matter. The final thought I had, which I forgot to mention before, was looking at that map. There obviously were a lot of mining claims shown on the map, a lot of different land parcels. And I guess I'm curious, not now, but going forward, do each one of those have a building right? Have they been collapsed into single ownership? Were they unpatented mining claims so they don't have any rights? But just to give us a lay of the land. So again, from my mind, it's more about finding out what we would see at the end of the day. And a master plan might be the wrong term for it, but I think that's what everyone's looking for here, and what is the outcome at the end of the day. I will say that some level of development is something that I can accept. I mean, that's been the trade-off throughout the county for every designation that has happened. I think what I'm most troubled with, and perhaps others, is size, scale, compatibility, so that you don't destroy the village while you're trying to save it, basically.
If I could make one
Please,
last
just take the microphone.
Just as clarification, it's not really meant to, promote anything, and that is that we really have no intention and have never talked about special review for TDR receiver sites at the Lanedo property. The one additional floor area piece that we did talk about was the 1,750 square feet for Daniel's house, which is not historic, but it does have a small historic cabin on it, which would not be affected. So we have no intention of trying to land TDRs up there. Probably need to talk to Suzanne about if there were a couple of additional cabins up there, and put that into the mix, what sizes might be, what rights they might have, would they need a TDR, do they have a development right already? I think that's maybe some of the questions you're asking, and maybe there are some pieces that we can fill in those blanks with your staff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you had the few cabins kind of whited out on your sheet that were not participating at this time in this application, but what may occur there, again, is part of what our curiosity is and what precedent we're setting.
Can I ask one last question just in general, and that is this kind of format preferable to coming back in front of you versus putting an application together and submitting it? I mean, is that something that...
I was going to ask Suzanne, I know the code allows us to talk about potentials in a work session format like this. Is it a one-time visit, or can you talk more than once?
We've never had more than a one-time visit. but we've also never had, I think, anything like.
The code does not prohibit
Right, the
prohibit more.
code does not specify you can only do it once kind of thing. So I guess I think we could see this as.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we all had enough questions to answer before we even get to the application stage, that maybe that would be the most valuable use of time and resources.
That's a good idea.
Thanks.
Okay.
That helps.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our next agenda item, which is the prep for the EOTC meeting. We'll get that done and take a short break. Okay, so this is going to be Brian, I guess, and Tom stepping up.
Minutes from here.
Okay.
Is
Thank you all for coming down today. Oh, Doug, you want your displays? Thanks, Jack. Good catch. Okay. Welcome again to Grassroots audience. It is about 2:35 in the afternoon. We're going to discuss the upcoming Elected Officials Transportation Committee meeting on October 20th. Welcome to both of you. And we have the larger packet in our reading material for the weekend that was set up for the EOTC meeting. You want to present or?
I'm Brian Pettit, the Director of Public Works for the county, and this is just an opportunity for Pitkin County elected officials to get together and talk about the upcoming EOTC meeting to see if there are outstanding issues out there that need to be discussed. And so we can go to that meeting and be similarly on the same page. As staff, we met about a week ago to discuss agenda items that we could talk about. And primarily, this upcoming meeting is going to be focused on budget for 2012. And there may be subsequent issues that come up in the midst of talking about setting next year's budget, but that's really the fundamental purpose of the meeting. So with that, I'll kick it to Tom to walk through the 2012 budget for the OTC.
Tom Oken, County Treasurer. The budget is in your packet along with a memo that explains actually each line item. So rather than my reiterating the memo on each line item, if you've had a chance to read it, I guess I'd entertain questions. There really aren't any new items or issues within the budget other than the EOTC has made a commitment to fund the No Fare Aspen, Snowmass, and Woody Creek bus service through the end of ski season in April 2013. So the budget for that is included for the entire year next year. And I guess the only question would be, does the EOTC want to follow through with the commitment it made to fund that program and put it in the budget? So that does result in what's called sort of a discretionary funding deficit for next year of, what's the amount, about $24,095. And that really just means that that $24,000 is coming out of what would otherwise be saved for a future entrance to Aspen project. So there wasn't quite enough revenue next year to cover the net 2/3 allocation to the entrance to Aspen and have the remaining 1/3 cover the full cost of the no fare bus service.
Thank you. George.
I talked to John about this a little bit, but at our last EOTC meeting, my question, or what I wanted to see a discussion on this next agenda, is to have had a subcommittee get together and talk about future funding options for the free bus. So that was one issue, because I think there are opportunities to look at in terms of funding revenues besides coming out of this one-third pot. The other part of that discussion I asked was for us to be able to look at the opportunity to utilize some of these funds for additional projects that may be needed, as well as the concept whether those projects need to reimburse the lockbox, the money set aside for the entrance to Aspen, which is what occurred at our last request when we requested some money from EOTC for the design and engineering of the pedestrian bypass at AABC. So those were two issues, and I don't think we've had a opportunity to I don't think, when I talked to John about this, I don't think that the committee really discussed that to present to us. So those would be my concerns. I think that this one-third of these funds that are currently going to fund the free bus system, I think some of that, some or all of that, needs to go towards future projects for the benefit of the Upper Valley. And it may be, again, the continuation of the Airport Business Center pedestrian bypass. It may be for adequate restrooms at the intercept lot. And those projects, I don't. So that's another part of the discussion that I don't think is reflected in the agenda at all.
And George, maybe I'll comment on that because staff, following the last EOTC meeting, staff from all the entities did get together, mainly though to address future funding of the free bus service. You are correct that the one-third, maybe reallocating the one-third to other areas or projects right now, that discretionary fund or what have you. There was not a lot of discussion on that. And so I think at the last scheduling meeting, which I was not at, it was decided that the first EOTC meeting, which I believe is in March, I know it's in our packet, March 31st, it looks like. I'm sorry, I think it's right now scheduled on March 18th, which is actually Sunday, so we'll need to work on that in the meeting. But which is scheduled that probably in that third week of March, is when staff was thinking we would probably have more discussion as an EOTC on the future funding issues versus just this next year's budget. But I think the types of questions you're raising are going to require that group to have probably more discussion in terms of analysis, because we didn't hit on all those points. As Brian and Tom, I don't know if you'd add anything from that discussion.
No, actually, that's exactly right, given that you weren't there. That's very good.
Well, I was at the one meeting.
No, our latest meeting, when we were planning the agenda for this upcoming meeting on Thursday, we did discuss the issue of funding the no-fare service beyond the spring of 2013, and through around alternatives and so forth, but decided that since it's really not an issue until the 2013 budget, that we didn't really need to address that at this meeting, in which we're trying to adopt the 2012 budget. And so that's why we pushed it to the next EOTC meeting in the spring, and figured that at that time it would be right to go through all the alternatives for continuing that, and as well the alternative of funding other discretionary projects out of that 1/3 allocation. Although some of the alternatives we talked about were, simply changing the allocation, from 1/3 discretionary to something else that would fully accommodate the no-fare service or some other things. So we anticipate that will be a lengthy discussion with the elected officials transit committee, and so that's why that was put to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that it may not be a sort of an urgent need, but this was a discussion that came up even a year ago that we asked for the subcommittee, and I thought at that time that was going to be made up of elected officials, and it seems like that we still may need to go to that route and get ahead of the curve a little bit, because there's a lot of implications here, even for the 2012 budget, in terms of are we still borrowing from the lockbox to the entrance to Aspen, and do we have to pay that back for these projects, et cetera? So I'm not sure waiting till next March to start a discussion of future funding of the free bus is really going to be timely enough. And I may suggest that we do form a subcommittee from the BOCC to start working on that and give staff some direction to look at some numbers.
Yeah, let's see, I saw Michael's hand up first, and keep going. Go ahead, Michael.
On the subject of free bus fare, from my thinking, that by calling it free bus fare, you're actually limiting what it does. And what it does is, it's part of the entrance to Aspen. That the free bus fare, maintained as a free bus fare, takes the pressure off the entrance to Aspen, because it is, to our tourists and to people who work in the area, Snowmass, Aspen, you don't have to use a vehicle, you can get that transportation for free. So in effect, it's lowering the numbers of vehicles entering into Aspen. And so, quite frankly, I think it's a solution, one of the solutions to the entrance problem. And it's been successful. And so, therefore, the thinking that it's not related to the entrance somehow, that it's just free fare, is limiting the effect of it. Because the effect of it is to make the entrance into Aspen better than it would be if we didn't have free fare. So that's my thinking about what the effect of free fare does. It actually is the most active ingredient we have in the solution to the entrance to Aspen. And if you don't recognize that, then you're shortchanging the effects of what this does to the community. So, I mean, I'm a proponent of it because of the effect it has on the entrance to Aspen. And until Aspen itself comes forward with a better solution, I think it begs to be maintained. So that's my different interpretation of what these buses do for the entrance to Aspen.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to weigh in a little bit on this one as well, because there's just a lot of intertwined history and future, and contributions and equity, and capital and operating. Those have been the interplay of those things that have defined this issue. We could say that, well, if we didn't spend all the money on BRT and made the valley-wide system free, we'd have a lot more ridership and a lot less people coming into the entrance to Aspen as well. But then we'd never be getting the better stations and the improvements and the pull-out lanes and the type of things that we all support with BRT. And it would be a betrayal of the trust of the public who voted for BRT if we changed that to all being free operating revenues. And that's the challenge with the half-penny transportation tax, is that the public was guaranteed that at some point we would have funding sources to add the transportation components needed for the entrance to Aspen
that the state could not pay for, and that we would have capital to make improvements, and that the whole funding source of the half penny would not eventually become an adjunct to RAFTA operating budget, or our cost for the contracting services for RAFTA's budget on the main line. And we now are at a point where 81% of that half penny is going towards operating, not capital, or not capital reserves. And, you know, I guess my basic premise in most of this is I want to live with the commitments we've made thus far. And those commitments are that we would fund the free bus through the spring of April 2013, so I have no objections to that. And the other commitment that we made when we asked the EOTC for the funding for the study of the pedestrian overpass or underpass was that it would be repaid to the black lockbox. And so I don't see any wiggle room to ask them to reconsider those decisions, but I do consider going forward that there is a place to look at the ratios perhaps or other items. But what is most frustrating is from the little financial long-range planning summit we had up at the Snowmass Conference Center a couple years ago, when we did decide to fund the free bus for a period of years, we did decide on the black box program so that capital would be saved for the entrance of Aspen when the voters of Aspen gave the right-of-way use as required to make some changes there, that the town of Snowmass Village would begin looking for adjunct revenue sources to support the free bus system. And, you know, I just feel I have a little bit of a stake in this because I was mayor of Aspen back in 2000 when we passed the RTA. And for the services that Aspen wanted, everyone put the services that they wanted on the table. Snowmass did, Aspen did, everyone did, and then it was costed out. And we were told what it would cost us to get those services. And for Aspen to get the services it wanted, and also its demand, its pressure on the system was accounted for, we needed to come up with more revenues. And Aspen passed a 1% bed tax, with half of it going to the ACRA for marketing and half going to transportation. And Snowmass at that time came in and said, you know, the way we're going to make up this shortfall in the revenues we have going forward is to allow you to continue to charge fares on the Aspen to Snowmass route. And that was how we're going to pay for it, because they didn't feel they could afford another tax. They didn't feel they could afford any new revenue sources. And they said, is this pretty popular? It was Michael Manchester was the mayor, Doug Mercators. This is a pretty popular route. It's one of the only ones that's almost a profit center, that almost breaks even with the revenue. And we'll just let that fare continue to be charged on that route rather than raising new revenues and putting it into the entire Upper Valley transportation system. And, you know, and that was fine. We accepted that, you know. That they were their customers. That was their portion of the thing. It was in the summer maybe of 2004, 2005 when transportation got so clogged, the business was booming, construction trucks everywhere, whatever, that the backups were so bad, the city said, well, let's try to find a better way to utilize the Brush Creek Intercept lot. And we, the city, will pay the extra amount to make it fare-free from the Brush Creek Intercept lot in. And they tried that as an experiment to see if they could get more people to Intercept Park. They paid the incremental difference on the fare to RAFTA, and that was, you know, that. And then Snowmass kind of came in and said, well, you know, we'd love to be part of this whole free service system. And it does get good results. There's no question if you put a product out there for free, it'll get good results. And it may merit a full change of where our revenues are directed, away from capital and into operating only. But, you know, we're just making that decision now on an ad hoc basis, 1 year at a time. And we are putting away the ability to eventually build and replace the entrance because of the money that it will take. And we will need to be more self-funded than state-funded if the condition of the state's funding for transportation doesn't change radically in the next 10 years. And we've seen nothing on that horizon. We've seen nothing but declining opportunities for the state to fund the highway system and frankly, more demand than ever on that same system. So, you know, it's do we lose all of our money on operating on a daily basis and never get ahead on capital? How much do we save for capital? And then an equity question of
who's putting in and why. The county, as I remember, really stepped up to the plate at the time of the RTA funding, said we don't have a lot of sales tax generating sources. We don't raise as much as the city or Snowmass in a way, and we'll allow our extra revenue to go in to make the RTA work without asking for capital, without asking to hold back capital for our potential projects. Maybe we just weren't looking that far along. So in some ways I see, us on the sidelines of this fight, maybe even mediators or facilitators, the ones who can advance that forward. But most of the revenue is raised that is not currently expended, is not currently committed to something in the city of Aspen. And so to the extent that they would find it's more valuable to continue to support the free shuttle without asking Snowmass Village to come up with additional adjunct revenue sources, then I would support that position. And if the city feels that they need to keep saving for the eventual opportunity to, fix the two right-hand turns leaving town, I hate to call them S-curves because they're not, but then I would support them in that position as well. But there is just a lot of history that goes into it, and there's a lot of ways to get ridership going, and that's, making it free is great. You just lose a little more money on every single passenger, and it's not sustainable. Even with the monies we might have now, it would not be sustainable in the long term. And the last point, and I'll shut up, and I appreciate everyone's patience with this, but to the extent the entrance is going to need bonding, it's not going to need just what we have saved, it's going to need bonding against the revenue stream, then the revenue stream that is currently paying for the free shuttle, that discretionary amount, would be called out for other uses. That's when we really need it. We've maybe saved $14 million, maybe we can save, up to $20 million, but the entrance is going to be a $60, $80 million project to span that Castle Creek area and all the other improvements. So we will need to bond against the revenue stream that currently is funding those shuttles. And so I do think we need to continue to work to say what is a new source if we'd like to keep that service free forever. So there we go, my thoughts. Jack?
Yeah, we have our own experiences and observations of history. I'm committed to what we promised the public in 1993, a combination of improved bus service, which means operations, and capital improvements. And that's, I haven't changed since that time. It's been an evolution, a lot of good projects done on both sides. The roundabout, the bus lane, for example, speak for themselves. The free bus service is a positive. It's a great idea, but I don't think it's sustainable. And I go back to that summit we had in Snowmass Village where we decided, well, we'll have an entrance fund, which I call it a smart money fund, not a lockbox, because I believe every bit we save is for the benefit of the future investment in the entrance to Aspen. That ball bounced around, and Snowmass agreed, and then next time we met as an EOTC, they whined, and we, I consider pressure, lobbying, decision-making, any number of things you want to call it, we decided to go ahead and fund this to 2013, that April. Well, the funny thing about this is, in conjunction with that commitment, there was supposed to be a committee formed. That has not happened. It was supposed to be led, I thought, by Snowmass Village. Come up with an idea, share it, we'll talk about whatever. But it was supposed to be happening. Well, here we are, a year and a half later, it's not happened. I like the way we have decided the 2/3, 1/3, Snowmass Village ought to get on the ball and do what they said they were going to do. Create this committee, start looking for options. I believe the only option is a tax increase, but Jack doesn't have the ultimate crystal ball here, and certainly that committee ought to have a chance. but let's get it done before. And now the timing is not right now, and I agree with staff. But have this committee sit and get their work done to the best of their ability before the March meeting. Let's get on the ball. I think intuitively you could say that the free bus service helps the entrance to Aspen. Logic says, yeah, free bus service, people that get off early or take it from their destination, whatever. But the real of impact on the entrance to Aspen is the amount of construction going on in town. Bottom line for me, that determines how, of course, guests certainly too, but that component we've seen the last few years, on most days it's survivable, you can get through the traffic. As soon as construction picks up to any reasonable level, the free bus service won't have any discernible impact on the level of service on the road as far as I'm concerned. So let's live with our commitments, or at least I thought, start the committee and get on the ball.
Okay. I see John wanted to add something to it.
Yeah, and I just added, the last DOTC meeting, Snowmass did express that they had tried to pull the committee together. I think my suggestion would be, if that's the direction we want to go, that maybe we ask for each entity to appoint somebody or have somebody assigned from each of the elected bodies to be on that committee. I have a feeling that what happened was we agreed to do it, but nobody's really assigned, and the committee just kind of didn't meet for kind of lack of organization, if nothing else. And so I think staff would be fine with, of course, trying to organize that, but maybe we should try and get some commitments at that meeting, who would be on the committee, and then we can take the ball and set up some opportunities for that group to get together and talk.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think that the main thing I'm getting here, and it may be the wrong way to express it or maybe not, but it's just that we don't want it always to be a default position that we can come back to the fund and it'll fund the free bus system and capital gets delayed or deferred or just not even considered. The potential of a long-term investment to have real flush facilities at the Brush Creek Intercept lot is huge. The ability to have safe crossings for people at the Airport Business Center is going to be huge. They are all components of the Upper Valley transportation system. And, we do have, you could call it a lockbox, you could call it whatever, but we do have the Snowmass Village Transportation Center dollars just very clearly set off in the year 2015 for their use. I hate to see Aspen and the entrance have to claw back their money for those sort of purposes. And it's more about how do we make real decisions about leapfrogging all the transportation elements forward that contribute to our quality of life and reducing congestion. So, I can see that. And there were revenue enhancement ideas that were thrown up, before. I don't know how valid they were, but they didn't get investigated as to whether there would be paid parking revenues from the Snowmass Village lots that could go towards starting at the rodeo lot and things like that. And I do think the down economy kind of threw everyone's plans off a little bit about either how much they needed to build the parking garage now or how much, when they could start to phase in paid parking at the rodeo lot and on and on. But that was definitely at that conference in Snowmass mentioned as one of the potential sources that could help support the free buses. So kind of wrapping it up here today, would it be safe to say the board agrees with Tom's assessment that we go forward with the 2012 budget as it's kind of stated, the covering amount of about $25,000 in deficit? It shouldn't be a make or break for next year's budget, but then that we also firmly ask for a process that we begin following up on these other commitments and longer range planning for adequate funding of all these components. George?
I haven't got this budget in front of me, I'm sorry, but Tom, does that have any monies available for the continuation of the Airport Business Center project, or is that not necessary at this point, Brian, because that may be several years out. We don't have to worry about it for next year.
The only thing that's funded is the engineering and feasibility study of that crossing. So we can get that done with the $250,000 that's been appropriated through EOTC. From a construction standpoint, there really are no funds other than the RPP commitment from CDOT of $1.5 million. But even based on that last meeting with CDOT, that money is up in the air right now. But what I can tell you is we're applying for any and every grant out there to try to get that construction going. So in short, to you, the EOTC commitment right now is just for the engineering portion of it.
So the next time we go for the regional mountain transportation process, which will be coming up here shortly, we would not want to throw a request in for funding down the road because it's on a 5-year cycle.
Again, I think we look for any funding source that is available regionally.
Right, but the way we received those monies last time was because we had a partner with the EOTC, local granting, and that's what provided us at least the potential for that $1.5 million. So I guess we could wait this year out and then next year go through that cycle again and just get back on the list if we want to look for further funding.
I think so. The uncertainty is the RPP funding, that 1.5, and that's kind of waiting for CDOT to come to realization whether that money's available or not. I think we still can show that the local agencies are committed through completing the engineering. I mean, that's not a small chunk of money.
Okay, thanks.
Real quick, in preparation for this discussion about the fares, hopefully there'll be a lot of background information provided. One thing that elected officials and staff need to be reminded about is the percentage of collections in each jurisdiction. And a memo I have from Tom in March of 2010 talks about, and we're talking only the half penny and an average of 94 through 06 because that's the last time he calculated this, but Aspen is 63.3%, Basalt 1.9%, Snowmass 17.4%, and unincorporated Pickens County 17.4%. So we need to understand how all this plays, and in no way has the EOTC individually or collectively ever said, well, what we put in we ought to get out because it's a cooperative effort, but there ought to be an awareness where the money goes, and probably to be fair to understand where the money has been spent on, bus lanes and et cetera, et cetera. So just more facts and a big challenge ahead of us if that's going to remain.
Okay, does that seem to be enough today for our prep for going forward? Did you guys have any further?
I'm just wondering if, requesting that the EOTC appoint a subcommittee of elected officials at this coming meeting, you might want a recommendation of how many from each jurisdiction, and maybe have decided among yourselves who would represent the commissioners.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that back. That is a kind of solid thing. And I can see Aspen, this is me, I can see Aspen and Snowmass participating, but again, if I go back to the meeting in the conference center, it was Snowmass Village was going to look to how they could find revenues within their budget or within their communities. It wasn't just all of us. I mean, we should participate in that, but I think it needs to have more members from Snowmass than from other areas. Again, that's just my thoughts on it. Others, or anyone going to volunteer to be our point person on this? Would you like to, George?
No, I mean, but I think...
You do the TPR, you do some of the stuff.
I think it should be equal representation because, I think it shouldn't be weighed one or the other.
Okay.
But I would suggest either you or Jack, just because of your history going way back, would probably make more sense.
And all due respect, I don't think I would be a good member because I'm not, lay cards on the table. I'm not enthused about this. I don't think it's sustainable, and I don't want to be a spur underneath the saddle. Not that I would be, but I could be.
Some people are burrs and you're a spur. That's that's pretty strong. Well, if we do it with maybe one person an alternate, and you backfill there, George, because you're the one very familiar with the TPR and the state funding at this point in a way that I'm not, and so I could do that.
Yeah, one of our rafter reps would be good.
Yeah.
Which is either or.
Okay, so we'll go with that and then see where it goes from there. See what everybody else thinks about how to shape it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your work on this. We appreciate it. We are supposed to be over at the city at 4 o'clock for another 2-hour meeting, and we should have a short little break, so let's try to really kind of pop through our MOIs to the extent possible. Carla, we have you up first for memos of interest. Everyone, we've seen this in our packets. You can give us a quick 3-minute explanation for the public. Appreciate that, and we'll see where the board stands.
This is just a budget supplemental request. It's no net cost to the county. We are going to be participating in the FDA Voluntary National Standards. It's simply enrollment into a program that outlines certain standards that identify program areas where we can have the greatest impact on retail food safety. And we can go through it very slowly. It will probably take years to get to all of these standards. We may never get there, but we'll keep working at it. And the FDA allots $2,500 for enrollment into the program. And with that funding, we would like to replace our computer equipment that we use to do inspections, retail food inspections out in the field. So,
Carla, will there be travel commitments that you'll need to fund to participate in this program as well? I mean,
nothing outside of our regular training.
Okay, so no flights to D.C. or meeting with the FDA?
Nothing like that. Everything should be in state, and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is supporting this effort and encouraging counties to be a part of it. There are already several counties that have been doing this for many years. Some move more slowly than others. But I think it's a worthwhile effort, and I think that the money is going to be well used in replacing our computer equipment that's getting a little bit old, and will help us do our inspections a little more efficiently.
Okay, thank you. Rob?
Can you just outline a little bit what Retail Food Protection Program is and what your opinion on how it can be improved is?
Currently, we have a contract with the state, CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, to perform consumer protection inspections. That's retail food and child care in schools. So the retail food part of it, the CDPHE has a set of regulations, the Colorado Retail Food Regulations, and we typically go into restaurants or any type of retail food facility twice a year and do an inspection. And we try to highlight anything that might be a critical violation, something more likely to cause a foodborne illness, such as temperature controls, hygienic practices, sanitizing, that type of thing. So with this program, we would shift a little bit from kind of the checklist inspection to maybe more of a risk-based. We'd still do the same type of inspection, but definitely focus more on critical items and less on the broken tile type of thing. And we may visit some food service establishments that maybe have more volume or a higher potential to cause a foodborne illness, more complicated food cooking processes. Maybe we'll visit those places more frequently And the places like maybe a simple coffee shop, maybe we'll visit them less frequently because they have less risk, and kind of move toward a program that's a little more risk-based.
Do you know off of the top of your head how many environmental health retail food outlets there are under the counties?
I think we have about 110.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Desire to, oh, okay, Mike.
What's the nature of the computer equipment? What are you talking about?
Currently, we have a laptop. It was given to us by the state, and a portable printer. And the laptop isn't really something that you can take into the facility and make notes on. So what Brian typically does is he makes his notes, he goes back to a table, he types it into the laptop. There's a couple different technologies out there that we're looking at to see what would be best for us. There are tablets and notebooks that you can write on. There are smaller laptops that are just a little more user-friendly. We usually don't have a lot of space when we're going through facilities and sitting down. So we're trying to decide what's going to work best for us. Different counties are using different things. Some use PDAs. We haven't really decided, but we will within the next year. It'll be some sort of very easily portable piece of equipment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Everyone support this budget change? Okay, thank you. Carla, we appreciate it. Thanks for seeking out those grants whenever they're available. Very good. The next item on our memos of interest is the low-altitude training flight update. We have a letter in our packets, which Ellen has drafted for our consideration, as well as, her introduction to the issue. I received an email from Heinz Cords today at lunch, which I forwarded to Ellen and printed out for all the board members to take a look at. And we look like we have one in our packets from Aspen Paragliding. Board, do we have comments, additions, changes we'd like to request, or anything to Ellen's draft letter? I have one small one, just kick us off. Everyone's still kind of thumbing through. So on page 4 under safety, the very closing line, as one consideration, the final EA should include the potential costs for crash-related wildfires on public and or private lands. That's an important point. However, I think it's more about the containment and extinguishment plan. It's more about where would we marshal the resources for putting the fire out should there be a wildfire caused by a crash, because my understanding is they're retiring all the big kind of air water cargo planes. They haven't been replaced in a very long time, and they're moving more towards really small helicopters, but I have no idea what's left deployed in our state, and it's something that's the forest fire fighting budget's being slashed pretty significantly. So would the Air Force Base itself have a couple of these water bombers on hand in case there's a problem, or what? So it's more, to me, cost is important, obviously, but what would be the containment plan for fires in the backcountry?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, Michael?
Along the lines of safety, one of the things that was brought up by one of the participants in our meeting with the Air Force was that if there is a crash or a mishap, that the crash area actually gets cordoned off for an extended period of time. So, because of the nature of the aircraft, and so that would be, if that crash were to occur in some area where we needed access to and couldn't get it, that's a safety aside from the fires, that we need to know exactly what that means.
So some sort of plan for containment and management in those areas.
And who has jurisdiction over that crash area?
Okay.
Rob?
On page 2, you talk about wilderness areas and our tourism economy being 10% of Pickens County's employment is dependent on tourism and recreation. And I had asked, I think with a letter some time ago, that if we could develop some more hard, fast statistics regarding what this actually means, because I would say 80% of our economy is based on tourism and recreation. And so I don't know where the 10% came from, and I think that would be some useful ammunition for any letter that we put forth going forward to really have some more, these are the dollars that our national parks generate. These are, these are the number of visits per year, those sorts of things.
Yeah, the 10% actually that was a number that was included within the environmental analysis, so it wasn't our number, it was their number. But I understand that it would be very helpful to have some real numbers to be able to throw back as the potential.
Wait, let me see. I think George has a follow-up on that.
I mean, that's a great point. The 10% is totally inaccurate. I mean, if we have a population base of around 16,000, the ski company alone in the wintertime is over 1,000 without restaurants, hotels, retail shops. So this is a totally inaccurate number.
And I would say indirectly, it's almost 100%, because if my restaurant guy makes an income and then he does a service somewhere else with that money that he's making an income. So, again, it's, to me, it's one about having this seem somewhat accurate, but also I think the long term, I think those are really important ammunition pieces. The other thing go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Find where.
Michael, and then we'll keep jumping around. Michael.
Yeah, let's see, it's on page 3, right above the paragraph noise. You have be excluded from low altitude flight during the period March 15th and May 15th. And then you have in parentheses, Lecking. What is that?
I am completely guessing that is what sage grouse do when they have baby sage grouse. I think that the term is referring to production, and that's a guess.
Yeah, because they live in leks.
Okay.
They construct leks.
Thank you.
And it's part of it. I'm not sure if it's the production or part of the mating ritual, frankly.
I'm not
but this is
certain
the nesting
either.
area.
Well, I think you need some clarification if that's indeed what it is.
Okay.
Good catch, Michael.
Thank you.
Jack. Oh, sorry.
As we were leaving, one of the consultants was talking, I think, to Kevin Wright and I, and clarifying relative to our EIS. Oh, I apologize. Jim Elwood and myself. In clarifying our comments about basically an expanded EA that we did at the airport, and they were interested, he was interested in getting a little feedback on that. I wonder if I pose the rhetorical question, do we think there will be an EIS here? I then would pose the question, because I think I stated as rhetorical as probably not, but we should ask for the EIS or a upscaled EA maybe. Is that an idea the board would accept? I don't know if we're dealing what part of reality, because the whole thing, who makes the final decision? The Air Force. So I'm inclined to believe this is probably going to go forward, but under what conditions? Of course, that's what we're trying to work on. So I wonder if there's a middle ground about, I clearly ask for the EIS and state that, but as an alternative, do we suggest that? So board feedback on that. I couldn't agree.
Well, let's go one point at a time, because I saw Michael's hand and then George's shoot up on your comment there. Michael?
Yeah, given that the analysis in the EA was very shallow, it seems to me. And we pointed that out at that meeting, as did the DOW and a number of residents, and the Wilderness Workshop, that I think it's imperative that we ask for an EIS, because what they've supplied is of no significant impact. It seems to me just not, on the face of it, is incorrect.
Okay. Does everyone agree that one of the thrusts of our comments would be to request that there should be a full EIS? That we don't feel this has gone into enough depth, and that there's a lot of specific areas, because it's only through what is uncovered in the EIS that they're even required to do mitigation. So if this is the only document that goes forward, I think mitigation will be pretty woefully inadequate, even if there's a supplemental to it. And I think that we have to live with the impacts forever. So I agree with that. I know, I was looking at on page 4, the first full paragraph, while we believe a more thorough analysis regarding impacts of noise is required as part of an EIS, at a minimum we request a demonstration. We need to change that to say we believe there should be a EIS to fully understand this impact, and I would use that sort of language underneath each of the sections.
Okay.
You could still have, at a minimum, our public deserves a demonstration of the noise impacts, to have adequate public comment to this EA, but we firmly believe there should be a full EIS.
Yeah, good. That answered
I think George also had a comment on that section.
Yeah,
Then we'll go back to Jack.
I agree with all those comments. I was just going to mention that, Ellen, you started that on page 1 in terms of that, saying that an EIS is necessary, and I was just going to somehow include it in your summary, but as Rachel says, perhaps on each of these points is why an EIS is necessary.
Okay. Now we go back to Jack for his other comments.
Yeah, that certainly answers my question. I just was wondering if, we attempt to be more
Proactive.
fit reality a little more. I couldn't agree more with Rob's comments. I had a big question mark about 10%. It's unequivocally wrong, and there's got to be data, whether it's the state demographer or somewhere, to actually, we need to state to our best ability what that our economy is based on percentage-wise relative to employment.
Jack, let me jump in. I have a sense that they kind of pulled camping permits or something like that, as opposed to say, well, everyone else is staying in a hotel, so that's hotel, tourism, resort. That's not related to where we're going to be flying. But even if someone's in a hotel for 2 nights and they end up camping out for 2 nights or getting an outfit or just taking a day hike into the wilderness area, you can't exclude them as part of our economic activity because they're staying in the urban center. And that's kind of where I think they may have done an unfair ratio on us.
Perhaps, yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, I think you just have to say we have a tourist-based economy, period.
Environmental, recreational.
That's all it is. But there's how much light industry is in, how much heavy industry is in town, how much light industry? Not very much. It's a tourist-based economy, period.
Yeah. I think you may want to work in the language of flaws or fatal flaws in the document, because those are kind of terms of art, that the analysis here is flawed because it totally wrongly ascribed the percentage of our economy based on tourism recreation. We feel it's closer to 100% than 10%. But those terms, flawed and fatally flawed, are what kick you up to the EIS level.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay. Rob, was it Jack was still finishing? Then we'll go back to Robert. Thanks, Jack, for your indulgence.
Yeah, we just can't reinforce more the importance of a in-depth biological assessment on the impacts this might have on wildlife relative to Kevin's and our comments. It's funny that they look at apparently polar bears, bison, caribou, and reindeer as if this was Norway, but this is not. So, I appreciate that clarification. And somehow we need to focus, I don't know if we can do more here, but that socioeconomic piece is really lacking, not have adversely impact. But if we have impacts relative to the quality of experience here, I think we have, here, the corridor to Snowmass Village, for example, we have a problem. I wondered about the paragliders. Note in here from Alan Pelmaz. They don't paraglide at night, and these flights are supposed to be at night. Am I not correct?
Some are.
I thought they were almost exclusively, if not exclusively.
I think 95, the statement in the EA is that 95% of them will be after dusk. So
that's not 100%, so I guess there's relative. As far as Mr. Heinz Cordes, if I pronounce that correctly, I can understand his perspective, being a combat pilot, but I believe, again, I'll repeat as I did before, our job is about public health, safety, and welfare in Pitkin County, not the world. And we need to look after our interests. Specifically, though we state we're aware of what this means, we got to deal with the heads-up issue in our face.
Okay. Rob, you were up next?
Yeah,
Well, I'm sorry, Mike, I saw seen Rob's before.
It's okay. Two comments. One, I had made a suggestion at the hearing that, given the fact that there's 600-plus flights a year, limit of 3 per day, that somehow the area get divided so that no one area gets a larger impact. So it's not all the flights over one area, which would, I think, be very damaging, even more damaging to wildlife and that sort of thing. And then the other thing I wanted to just mention is, after waking up early in the morning and reading the paper, I wish Andrew was still here, but finding out that the commissioners want out of the Air Force training area, I'm not really sure with this summary exactly what we want. Because it's, we support a no-action alternative, which is the quote that was in the paper, and then it was cut off there, and it's really an alternative that removes Pitkin County or a more in-depth environmental impact analysis. We're not, and maybe we need to make that decision first. Are we asking for Pitkin County to be removed, or are we asking for, let's lessen the impacts and make sure that it goes through an analysis? I'm not sure what we're asking for with this summary, and I read the paper this morning. Andrew said we were asking just to be removed, and
when we submitted our scoping comments, at that time, we said based on the limited information we had, our inclination was either to ask that our area be removed from the training area, or that based on more information, we might actually suggest simply that a more thorough analysis be done. And so that removal really was being carried forward from the scoping comments. From what I'm hearing today, it sounds as though clearly there's direction to request that an environmental impact statement be produced beyond the environmental assessment that's been done to date. But it is a good question to ask whether the board actually would like to suggest that the Pitkin County area be removed at this point or not.
Let's see, I see Michael's hand, he's been waiting. Good question, Rob, thanks for throwing it on the table, and we'll go back to George for his comment.
I think by asking for an EIS, we're suggesting that, if these potential impacts are not great or can be mitigated somehow through flight patterns or whatever, then potentially it's possible. But they have to reach a higher standard of investigation than things like 10% tourist economy and startle reflex. And we need more information than that. And I'd be willing to consider flights if they answered those questions.
Anyone else kind of, I tend to think that in terms of a procedure is more valid than saying we'd like to be removed from the area. It's like we would like to see these things fully vetted, because then, EIS, there will still be the no action alternative will have to be one of the ones that they're studying. Correct. And the various modifications will be compared to that. So, I again think we should stress as strongly as possible that why a full EIS is needed for our community to be able to fully, evaluate these and weigh in on a potential alternative. But George?
And I was just going to say that what the EIS does, it not only supports our needs, but it also supports all of our neighboring counties. So we all say, whether it's Gunnison County or Ouray or La Plata or San Miguel, we all are saying that this is insufficient the way it is, and EIS is required.
Okay, Rob?
I would just say something along the language of take out the, we support a no action to, we support a environmental impact analysis. If the EIA does not answer the questions to our satisfaction, we will request that we be removed from this flight area, as opposed to saying we want to be removed now.
Okay. We're going to do quick final comments, because I have some, you have some, I'm sure everyone has some, but we have that deadline come out at 4 o'clock.
To reiterate, though, Ellen, you did get that we start off about the EIS in the summary, right? We request an EIS because of the inadequacy, so-and-so, and then we
Fatal
can lead
flaws in
into...
the EA.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, yes, so, all right.
The two other things that strike me are, one, which Mike Kaplan said this morning at our meeting with the ski company, that they are feeling under more intense competition from other resorts than ever before. And I think that that's something we need to make clear, that we are in a competitive resort environment. We know we're not going to build the amenities that they have at a Vail and Avon and these larger resorts, and it's our unique characteristics and our natural environment, preserved natural environment that are the basis of our success. And that, we don't want to give a competitive edge to other resorts in Colorado that are outside of this training area. That is a real challenge to me, to see that, it just stops at the edge of Pickens County. It doesn't include any of the I-70 resorts, doesn't include any of our competitor resorts in that direction. And so I think that's an important factoid, that it's intense competition. The second is, even referencing places like Ashcroft, which we have just, and the 10th Mountain Hut, system, that those are parts of the attraction to people to come here. If they're within 3 miles of the airport, they could be flying right overhead there at Ashcroft all the time. And for me, the idea that we were told, at least in this session, that don't worry, they will not fly over any one given area more than once a day, that is far too frequent. Whether it goes back to somebody's grid proposal or something like that, but the once a day is, just seems very too frequent to me for impacts. And there's no comfort in that. There's no comfort in the idea that it's only once a day. That's a lot. And then the final, what was I thinking? We did hear some very good comments at that meeting about what is the intent of a wilderness area. And I think that, you can add a little more poetry to your section about wilderness area, that this really kind of flies in that face.
Okay.
these areas were set aside from resort development and all sorts of other needs that, quote, could have been out there just to preserve this one unique characteristic, and that we hate to see that sacrificed. And the last thing is, I really never found anywhere in this, other than people telling us why the other training routes they have available are inadequate. I don't think that's been demonstrated. I don't think it's been clearly demonstrated that new routes in new areas over wilderness areas is really demanded. That it becomes too repetitious was like, the only answer we heard. But there's massive amounts of airspace that's been set aside for these sort of training operations already, and it just kind of sounded like people want some new terrain. And I just didn't, I'll let you kind of play with that. I know we have to move on for the rest of the meeting, but it didn't strike home to me. It's almost like the expansion of Pinion Air Force, the ground thing for the Army. How much of Colorado is going to become militarized when they could be contained in existing areas with sufficiently accomplish the job of the training? Okay. If there's anyone else had any last little thoughts, and when are these due in, Ellen?
They're due November 5th.
So we'll have a chance perhaps to look at them one more time.
If you'd like me to make revisions and bring it back, I would be glad to do that.
And Ellen, before you leave, I have information from Bureau of Economic Analysis, I think shows over half of our jobs are tourist-related, so let me share that with you.
Great.
Throw those in there.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, the second home industry, why do people buy?
Right.
All this stuff. Okay, we need to go really quickly to our future agendas. Or did we have anything else in the memos of interest? That was it?
That was it on MOIs.
Yeah, it took my things
And
apart.
I know we're running short on time. I did want to bring to the board's attention on future agendas. Next Wednesday from 11 to 12, here in the Rio Grande Room, we do have our Picking Cares reception, and that is not reflected on the agenda. We will get that obviously put on there. But just so you know, we will from 11 to 12 have time scheduled for our Picking Cares reception.
Okay.
And outside of that, I didn't have any additions for you.
Okay. I have one thing I wanted to bring up to the board on future agendas, and it's not a date per se, but I attended the Bureau of Land Management's scoping session in Carbondale. I know Ellen was there before I was there, and it struck me, and this is just an idea, it's just conceptual, but we kind of sit in our room here and we hear each other talk, and we read these really well-crafted items, and we add a little refinement here, or some touches there, and then we send them in. And this Bureau of Land Management plan, which George has been our rep on and working very diligently on for quite a while, is just so significant to the future of the Crystal River Valley and our areas that it has struck me that maybe we could have a public hearing or a hearing on our comments and have that opportunity to have the public speak to us more about it, read our comments, have the people who live in that valley help us shape our comments more succinctly, and certainly not to take the place of anybody's individual comments, because the more individual comments you have, the better. But we did do a work session not long ago in Woody Creek, and maybe we could do a work session in the Carbondale Town Hall or up in Redstone, whichever seems to make the most sense, and have an opportunity with enough publicity in advance to be able to let the public come and let us know what they think as well. I just think that that's going to be the guiding document for oil and gas and all sorts of development and activities for the next 20 years or more. And I just don't want to do it alone, as it were, in our room. So, George, what do you think about that?
I think it's a good idea. It's just a question of timing, because the comments are due like around December 15th or so, and I think we want to have our staff really have a good draft set up for presentation and discussion with Max. So timing is going to be tight. It would really be up to staff in terms of how quickly you guys can get through that document and start to write up a draft.
And maybe I can work with Ellen and Charlotte to come up both with the time when we think we can have a good draft and, a good time if we were going to meet down Valley, and suggest that next week during future agendas.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it to John and see if it's possible or not, but I think that could just add value to our stuff, and, who knows? I don't know when was the last time we had a joint meeting with the town of Carbondale, which we haven't done in a while, and, maybe there's some link-up opportunities. We do it on a different day than our usual days.
Okay. We can look into that.
Because I know we're pretty scheduled up, but that's significant. Did anyone else have anything on future agendas they'd like to offer to John? Okay. There being none, and there any, Phyllis?
I have one that came here from Charlotte, asking for confirmation for the Attorney's Office on the Healthy Rivers and Streams joint meeting for November 17th at 4 p.m. I don't know how that got scheduled, if that's what she's...
Yeah, I have it on my calendar.
It has been on our future agendas for some time
I know
now.
it's a Thursday, but that's when their regular meeting day
we'll
is.
confirm with the
Well,
Attorney's
why is that on a Thursday? It's
It is their, I think it's
we're
on their
joining
regular
their
meeting
as
time.
opposed to their joining our meeting. And we had scheduling conflicts with a couple other things that had to kick this one down the road for a while.
That's correct.
So, okay, so
And
that is
then-
on everyone's calendar?
Oh, I apologize.
I get nods all around, okay.
I was just moving to open discussion in the 30 seconds we have left. Is there any guidance from the board on the two interviews that we had?
Oh,
I'm
yes.
sorry, the two
Okay.
interviews for the Financial Advisory Board?
Board,
Or we can hold off to
supportive on appointments of the applicants we interviewed?
I'm supportive of both. I think they're both really strong applicants. It's just kind of a question of who would we appoint as a regular, who would we appoint as the alternate seat?
I really like Lex, and I would like to see him as the permanent, the full-time member.
You're
Those
okay?
are my thoughts.
Okay.
I think they're both great candidates.
Okay, I'd like to see them both appointed, and as it's been said before, the alternate can participate fully. It's not like a normal board where they're voting on P and Z, and it's live or die. I think it's more of a consensus-based board for the most part anyhow, so you can participate fully, and I support them both. And I will go with Jack and Rob's recommendation on who's the alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay with everyone else? Anybody else have any last open discussion items they want to bring up?
Very quickly, I shared with you, Rachel, about Kevin Wright getting to me at the Air Force meeting and wanting to request that Picken County hires a part-time summer wildlife ordinance enforcement officer because of the trash. He indicated that in Picken County, I think he said every bear conflict issue he had revolved around trash. So I took your suggestion, called John, left him a message, and it's wherever that is.
Okay.
Where would that be, John?
I don't have an answer for you on that right now, Jack. I don't know whether that would be a code enforcement issue or if it would be an open space and trails issue. So we still need to work through that.
Be code enforcement.
Okay, Mike?
Doesn't Kevin can't we give Kevin the ability to write a ticket?
I believe he may already have that ability. I think it's in Kevin's mind, it's a resource issue, and what it would really take probably is some both ordinance and enforcement capabilities on our end. And I think this has been, as I understand it, kind of a long-standing request of Kevin's, and it's something that we'd have to take under advisement.
Michael, I was just going to suggest that we have some real dedicated time set aside for this to discuss it and see what we can do, because I know we've offered before that we'd like to back them up. I'd like to take a look at how we could do that within the budget. I think Jack has raised it right now because We are in the process of formulating our budget, and it may play into John's thinking on some things. However, we can supplement that budget, we can make some changes in that budget, and we even put aside that money for our strategic initiative partnerships. And maybe there's a small, intern type of role we could play there. So I'd like to give John a little time to think about it, but other comments on this, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it is a serious problem because it leads to the DOW having to euthanize bears, and I think, and I made a commitment a long time ago that we would pass that enforcement, or at least the ordinance describing penalties for non-compliance. But, I mean, it occurs to me, just publish pictures of people who can't control their garbage in the newspaper. I mean, aside from, because I don't think an intern writing tickets is what we want, but I think we need a full-body discussion of how to prevent bear deaths, that's what it's about, in the county, and whose responsibility it is. And it's each citizen's responsibility to secure their garbage.
Agreed. So we will put that on as a future work session topic, and we'll give John a little time to think about it, and we'll all continue to add input and then think about what we can do before they come out of those dens in the springtime. So, okay, we are going to adjourn the meeting and meet back over at Aspen City Hall in 10 minutes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.